Hi, my name's Kirsten. I'm from BAE Systems and I'd like to talk to you a bit about apprenticeships, but also about my experience of deciding a career when I was at your stage. So to start from the beginning, my experience of choosing a career was not straightforward. So first I wanted to be an optician. I did some work experience as an optician through school and I thought it was really interesting. I liked working with people, yet also understanding the science of it also. I really like science at school. I then decided that although I do really like people, I also like animals. So I decided that I would do some experience at a vet's, and I did this I think when I was in year 10. So I really enjoyed that, really great fun. And then I kind of decided that I wanted to be a vet for about a year. Following this, I then decided that as much as I do like animals, I also like people too. So I went back to something that was more people orientated, but still with the science. So I decided that I might want to do medicine. I went through sixth form thinking that I was going to do medicine, so I got the grades I needed at GCSE. I then interviewed at sixth form in my final year for my medical degree, which would get me to become a doctor, and I got that, so I got a conditional offer. But there was this niggling doubt in the back of my mind whether it was something I actually wanted to do, and actually by the time my grades came for my final year of sixth form, I didn't get in to study the medicine degree, but what I did get in to study was the biomedical degree, which is like an extra few years to then allow you to do the medicine degree after that. And at that point, I kind of thought, right, well, I'll go, it's sort of something I still want to do. I'll go and do the biomedical degree to allow me to become a doctor, but just in a few years later. So I ended up going to university, and I think I stayed there for 2 weeks. As soon as I got there, within the first few days, something didn't feel right. I thought that I kind of just had the thought of you know, all these hours of studying. I'd done so many volunteering experiences and work experiences that I don't think I realised that that was what I actually enjoyed also. So I really enjoy learning new things, and I knew I still wanted to do some form of study, but I kind of didn't take into account that I really enjoyed the work experience because of the work element. So what I then decided to do is to leave university, because what I actually wanted was an apprenticeship, something to allow me to still gain the qualifications but also work at the same time. And looking at the broad range of apprenticeships that are available, I was sort of spoilt for choice. So they go from, you know, things like welding, and you can do that, you know, straight from school. So there's like welding. You can be an electrician. You can work in business administration, and there's apprenticeships all over the UK as well. And there's also not only apprenticeships, there's higher apprenticeships. So there's such a wide range for so many people, that so many people would be interested in. I was, like I say, I was spoiled for choice. But I did land on project management. So I decided on project management because I'm a people person still, and I like supporting others, and project management is a role where you help others. So that is something that I wanted to do. I also, through work experience and volunteering, I had picked up a lot of kind of organisational skills, and they were sort of things that were good for project management also. So I then decided on project management. I was grateful enough to have received a place, which was, so the intake comes in September. I then spent the 3 years on the apprenticeship, and in many ways it was exactly what I thought. You'd get on the job training and you would be able to study as well. What I didn't realise is how many opportunities there really were. So for example, I got to lead my own team of people, which was amazing. You get to do things like Outward Bound, which is like outdoor education, so challenging yourself to climb up mountains, to wild camp, to gill scramble. Awesome. Really good experience, and really good to meet new people also. And then there's just so many things on offer to you as an apprentice. So I've now completed my 3 years, and I now work in BAE Systems within the project management function, and I can honestly say I'm absolutely loving it. So after all that indecision, I finally kind of landed on something that I really want to do. But to be honest, in the future, as many people do, I know that I will want a diverse range of things to do in my working life. So I'll want to do lots of different things within my career. But perfect, because within project management, there's so many different jobs available, so many different opportunities, as with many jobs in BAE Systems. And you also, there's so many places around the UK, like I say, that you can go and work at. There's also opportunities to work in places like America. For example, one of my friends is currently on secondment in America for 3 years, and she is absolutely loving it. So there is just so many different opportunities for you within BAE Systems, but as apprentices as a whole, there's so many different apprenticeships out there, and I think the common misconception is that apprenticeships only take you down one path, and that's the kind of path that you'll be on for a long time, or apprenticeships don't give you the qualifications that you may want. And I would definitely say that's not the case. I'm finishing off a degree, which I will finish next March, and so therefore I'll have a degree, but I'll also have 4 years work experience of completing so many fantastic opportunities, leading things, meeting so many amazing people, and I've got such good memories from that that I won't forget for a long time. So I hope in some way this was helpful, and I hope it gave you a better insight into all the different choices available, how it might not be clear cut at first what you want to do, but just be aware of all the opportunities available for you and keep them in mind when you're making those decisions in the future. I hope it was helpful. Thanks very much. Enjoy your day.
Hello to you all. My name is Pav Bogle, and I'm the Engineering Manager for the Autonomy Programmes team at BAE Systems Naval Ships Combat Systems. And I'm here to talk to you today a little bit about my career, but also more specifically about how a career in the maritime sector could be an incredible opportunity for all of you. I actually started my journey in engineering within the aerospace sector of BAE Systems, where I embarked upon an advanced apprenticeship in the northwest of England after having completed my A-levels. I quickly found myself learning how to fabricate and machine aircraft parts, install electrical looms, and even design world-leading future-fast jets. Since having moved to the maritime sector, I've been involved in some amazing projects, with my first role seeing me integrating the BAE Systems combat management system onto Royal Naval ships around the UK. This integration role held my responsibility for the integration, test, fault finding, and ultimately delivery of that software to the Royal Navy. Early on in that role, I was given the responsibility to travel regularly on my own up to our dockyards in Glasgow to install software on our newly built River-class Batch 2 offshore patrol vessels. And it really was the diverse background of my apprenticeship that gave me the skills and confidence to move from the aerospace sector into the maritime sector and keep delivering in a completely different domain. Throughout my various roles within maritime, I've had the chance to travel the world, combining my love of engineering with my love of travel. And I was actually incredibly lucky enough to be part of the sale of HMS Ocean, one of our platform carriers, to the Brazilian Navy, where I was flown out to Rio to help with the Navy in understanding the combat management system and showing them the various maintenance procedures of the software itself. This was a great life experience and has actually led to me making some lifelong friends out in Brazil. In my more recent roles within autonomy and general high-profile demonstrations, I've also travelled the world, with Portugal and Australia just being a couple of those opportunities that I've made the most of. These activities have actually seen me and my teams trialling experimental software and integrating with various autonomous vehicles, whether they be air, land or sea surface vehicles, to try and show the MOD and various navies around the world exactly what future operations could look like for them. Again, not only have these been incredible life experiences, but I've also been able to develop and gain new skills by working with high-profile customers in incredibly demanding circumstances, and that's something that will help me in my future career. The BAE Systems maritime sector currently employs around 18,000 people across the UK, and there's still huge scope for growth. Whether it's designing complex warships or submarines, or integrating software onto those platforms, or working on upgrade programs and trying to keep our product in service, there are hundreds of opportunities for people like you to join as apprentices, graduates and direct entrants and help keep our armed forces at the forefront of their operational excellence. As you start to focus your studies on your chosen career paths, the next few years of your lives are going to be both incredibly challenging, but they're also going to be very interesting and really quite rewarding. So whether you decide to join us at BAE Systems, or more generally in the maritime sector, or not, I wish you all the very best of luck in your chosen career paths, and thank you for listening.
morning and welcome to the Maritime UK Virtual Careers event. Thank you for joining us today. It's a pleasure, and now I'm going to introduce William Thurston from Chiltern Maritime. Thank you ever so much, William, and if you can go ahead, thank you.
Sure, no worries. Thanks for having me. So my name's Will Thurston. I am one of the officer training coordinators here at Chiltern Maritime. What that means is essentially I manage cadetships. So what a cadetship is the route to become an officer watch in engineering, deck officer or ETO. Now at Chiltern, that means I do recruitment of cadets. And then you would be assigned one of the coordinators depending on which company you go with. So I manage the Trinity House and other charity cadetships here at Chiltern. So essentially, at Chiltern, what we do is on behalf of shipping companies. We don't own any ships or anything like that. We purely manage cadetships on behalf of the shipping company because they're too busy being shipping companies themselves. So essentially, what we do is manage again all of your college phases, not so much the day-to-day, that would be between you and the college, but if you have any issues, academic issues or partial issues during your college phases, we would then sort out your sea time that's required and basically support you and be your go-to on any issues that you have throughout your 3-year cadetship. Now I am a deck officer, qualified deck officer myself. So hopefully what we'll do today is I'll run through a quick PowerPoint and then hopefully answer any questions that you have. I've done a deck cadetship, so hopefully I should be able to answer most of them. But yeah, so what I'll do is I'll just share my screen. The screen sharing is disabled. Is it possible to have that enabled, please? If not, I can just talk through it, I guess. Okay, that's what we have to do. So, yeah, as I mentioned, so there's what a cadetship is. It's a 3-year course leading to your Officer Watch Unlimited, which is a professional qualification from the MCA. You need this to essentially work on merchant ships as an officer. There's 3 routes. You've got deck, engineer, and ETO. So these cadetships are generally 5 phases. So it's split up over 3 years into the 5 phases, and it kind of alternates between college and sea time. So phase 1, 3, and 5 are college, phase 2 and 4 are sea time. It depends, the amount of sea time required depends if you're going to be a deck or an engine or ETO cadet. So a deck cadet requires 12 months sea time, and ETO and engine cadet require 8 months sea time. This can vary depending which college you're at. It might mean 7 months, but I'll come to that later. So the whole idea is that you basically cover your academics at college as well as some practical short courses. And if you're an engineer, ETO, you'd also get some workshop time there, but you also spend this time on board vessels learning the job, actually shadowing officers, like actually learning how ships work, essentially. So it's a good blend of, it isn't just a purely academic course, but it isn't just purely hands-on. Yeah. So there's how the course is run. There's academic qualification and your professional qualification. The qualification that you'll need to get a job on board a vessel is your professional qualification. This is your certificate of competency from the MCA, Maritime Coast Guard Agency. Now, to get this, you'd have to either have done 36 months sea time on a vessel already, or you can follow an approved course, which is what the colleges offer, which is this 3-year cadetship. Now, there's 2 or 3 academic routes you could follow. The straight Officer the Watch is what's known as the HNC, a Higher National Certificate. So across the board, this is available for engineering and deck. I don't believe ETO. So yeah, this is just your straight up Officer the Watch course. When you qualify as a deck side 3rd second officer or a 3rd engineer with 3rd engineer. Now, where the courses vary between the different academic courses coming up is that you can also do your academics for the next level up. So if you're doing a deck cadetship, this would be for your chief mates, because for your next rank up, it requires you to do a certain amount of sea time. I believe off my head it's 12 months in the role of a second or third officer for deck. Then you'd have to come back and study academics and pass another oral exam to get that rank. It's the same for engineering. Now, what this is a 6-month course at college. And what some colleges do is bolt this on to the end of the officer watch route. So you do your 3-year cadetship, then stay at college rather than go and see, then have to come back to college and learning again because you're in the groove for another 5-6 months. This is known as your Higher National Diploma, or HND. So you may see some courses which are HNC/HND. That's what that is, essentially. There's also the foundation degree route, which is essentially all of those academics. So your straight officer watch and your next rank up academics, all in the 3-year route. There's also some work-based learning, some other bits in there, but you come out with a foundation with that. Truth to be told, it doesn't really matter what academic route you studied. Shipping companies will just be looking at, do you hold your certificate of competency and your other sort of short course certificates, yes or no. They're not going to look at, oh, does he have a foundation degree or an HNC or her, or the academic side kind of happens as you're doing your cadetship, because you're so focused on qualifying and your final officer watch exam with the MCA. I know South Tyneside are doing a lecture after this, but I'll quickly jump on to sort of entry requirements. So for the HNC, HND route, the minimum academic requirements we expect are GCSEs, that you have level 4s in English language, sciences and maths, potentially a 5 if you're going to go on to the HND in maths. For the foundation degree route, so that's for deck, engine and ETO. For the foundation degree route, we would expect you for deck to have a numerate A-level subject, be it chemistry, maths, physics, chemistry, economics, sort of along those lines. Or if you had very strong sort of level 6, 7s in maths from GCSE, and if you did other A-level topics that aren't numerate, it's okay. For engineering, so the same. In fact, no, that would be probably sort of numerate A-level subject, but we also accept BTEC level 3 extended diplomas and diplomas in engineering as well on that front. Okay, so the benefits of undertaking a cadetship. So as I said, it's a 3-year course, and to be on it, you have to have a sponsoring company. So this sponsoring company will pay for all of your academic fees and all of your short courses. Basically, every single sort of course that you need to undertake to get your certificate of competency is paid for by your sponsoring company. They also pay you a bursary. Now, this depends on how much it is on company to company, but it's varying, I think, £7 all the way up to £800 a month. This is a bursary, so you don't pay income tax, you don't pay national insurance, you don't pay council tax if you're a student. So what you receive in that bursary is what you receive. It's not meant to be a bursary which you can live off, fully, and it's not meant to be that. Essentially, you can do a cadetship debt-free. You have to be quite tight with your money, but what you'll find is, certainly, I think, benefits more the debt cadets this, that where they do 12-month sea time, when you're on board, you're not paying for food, you're not paying for lodgings, you're not paying for anything, really. So you can save up that money that you're getting paid in your bursary during the sea phases. Engine and ETO are a bit more at a disadvantage because they only do 8-month sea time. So maybe they don't get so much time to save up money in between college phases. All your uniform will be issued to you. That's for college and seagoing phases. All your flights to vessels, you could be joining a flight in, we've got a cadet joining a ship in Tahiti, French Polynesia. All of those expenses are covered. All the flights and joining and leaving is all covered. And so, it's quite a unique route that it will cost your sponsor company about £55,000 to £60,000 ultimately for the 3 years, and that's all covered. And you could be going into a job which is starting at 30 grand plus with no debt after 3 years. So that's a massive benefit of actually doing a cadetship and going to sea. So a bit about us. So Chiltern Maritime has been going since the mid-80s, I believe. We have around 400 to 450 cadets at the moment. We have many sponsoring companies, but one of the main things that separates us from the others is option of variety. So we have cadetships with many companies, which to start off with, so we've got lots of cruise ship companies. So we've got Fred Olsen, MSC Cruises, Saga Cruises, Marella, Holland America Line. We also have more of a yacht, super yacht cadetship with dealer yachts. We have cadetship with Technip, FMC, which is sort of engineering company, Mercer Supply Service, which is more the offshore, and they do subsea operations. We have LNG tankers with TK Gas cadetship Condor Ferries, and Zodiac Maritime, which is your container ships. Although Zodiac are massive, it's the container ship department. Also Maersk, obviously Maersk is a massive shipping company, but it's specifically Maersk Supply Service that we work with on that front. And this is the unique part of Chiltern, I would say. So most other companies will have a few Maritime Educational Foundation, MEF cadets. We also have Maritime London and Trinity House. So these three are maritime charities. Their only interest is kind of supporting more British officers within the maritime industry. I think Trinity House have about 130 cadets or something like that. They take on about 40 a year. Now, there's not going to be a job at the end of them, but the way that, in fact, I'll come on to the next slide. Yeah, so, okay. So the way the charities work is because although Trinity House have 2 vessels, Maritime London and MEF don't at all. And obviously Trinity House with that many cadets, it's impossible to get them onto their vessels. So they rely on Chiltern cadets on different types of vessels. So we have berths not only with all of our companies that we have cadetships with, but we also get berths with a lot of other companies. Just off the top of my head, so we start off with cruise, so we get berths with Virgin, Windstar Cruises, which is smaller 200 sort of passenger cruise vessels, Scenic Eclipse, which is even smaller. We get berths with Carnival, so that's P&O, Princess, Cunard. We get berths with tankers, so Shell. We get berths with B Gas. We get berths on, say, like Condor Ferries, Tall Ships, Jubilee Sailing Trust. We get berths with British Antarctic Survey. So you've got your research vessels. We get berths with small sort of reefer type cargo vessels. We get berths on super yachts. So essentially, if you did a maritime charity cadetship, you would get variety. So for instance, I was a Trinity House deck cadet. So I went on a tall ship, a super yacht, a Trinity House buoy tending vessel, 2 passenger ships, and a ferry. Now this was great. So one of the things that really attracted me to Trinity House was because I wasn't sure what part of the industry I wanted to go work on. We have cadets who come to us and say, "Oh, I just want to go do a cruise ship cadetship," and that's fine. Like that's absolutely fine if you want to do that. But I always try and say, from my experience, you don't know what type of shipping you're going to like until you've been on it, seen what it's like, and tried it. For me, the Ro-Ro and ferries was my favourite, sort of unexpectedly to me. So it's a really good. So the maritime charity is a really good way of trying out many different parts of the maritime industry. Sort of try before you buy, almost. So with our cadetships, so basically we have a few cadetships such as Mercer Supply Service, the Zodiac, Fred Olsen, Saga, MSC Cruises. Generally, most of the companies, you spend your whole sea time on that company's vessels. There isn't a guaranteed job at the end. If you've had a good cadetship with them, and they have a job vacancy going, they will look to take you on into that role. And marine charities, there's no job at the end. But if you've been on board a vessel for 3 months, that company have had a really good look at you. You're not just a CV page or a LinkedIn page. And if they really like you, they'll say, oh, once you qualify, get in touch with us. We want to offer you a job. So that's generally how the marine charity cadets get their jobs, essentially. So how the cadetship works. So as I mentioned, so you have all of your academic studies at college. So generally, sort of phase 1 is anywhere between 6 to sort of 9 months if you're engineers or ETOs. So you have all your academic studying, but then also you have your what's called your short courses. Now these are a varied sort of group. So you have what's called your basic STCW courses. So these are the courses that everybody who works on a vessel has to go on. So it's basic fire, first aid, social responsibilities, and personal survival techniques, which is basically life rafts and dealing with abandoning ship and stuff like that. So you're given a basic knowledge before you go to sea, so you're essentially safe to go there. Then once you're at sea, it's very much hands-on. You'll be shadowing, you'll be undertaking tasks. As an officer, it's very important that you understand all the tasks that the deck department do. So deck department, I'm referring to maybe all the ABs. So as you progress up the ranks, so you start off as for deck, say 3rd, 2nd officer, come back to your academics, qualify as chief mate, and then time, and then academics, and then the master, the captain of the vessel. So the chief mate essentially runs the day-to-day sort of deck department and running of the ship. So it's important that he understands how all the tasks which he asks his deck department to undertake, how they do it safely, how long it takes. So if there's any unsafe practices being done, he can stop it and basically, avoid any unnecessary injury. But to do that, you have to do it yourself. So as deck cadet, because you're a deck cadet, not a navigation cadet, you would have to learn how to do this task. You've got your chipping, painting, basic deck work, splicing, rope work, all the way up, and then you'd also get your bridge watchkeeping time. Engineers, very much the same. You would be sort of with the engineering ABs, sort of doing sort of hands-on stuff during your cadetship. But as engineering officers, you're more of a supervisor, management role, rather than you're going to be hands-on creating stuff, in the workshop all the time. No, you're going to be monitoring all the systems on board the vessel. And it isn't just the obvious sort of propulsion and the electricity. You've got so many systems that I'm not even going to get into, because there's so many that you'll be monitoring, maintaining, etc. So your life on board a vessel during a cadetship, you might be on day work, or say you're just sort of doing a 9 to 5, or you might be shadowing a watch. So this watch might be split. So there's 3 officers of the watch, generally 4-hour watches. So 3rd officer, 3rd engineer will be on the 8 to 12 watch. So you'll be on watch 8 to 12 in the morning and 8 to 12 in the evening, with some extra day work chucked in there. So this would be your routine. So you get a bit of broken sleep, but you might be shadowing the officer, basically learning how to do the role before you qualify. You can be chucked into some good stuff, which you get lots of hands-on experience, essentially. So you'll be learning all your seamanship skills essentially during your time on board. Obviously, another attraction of a cadetship is that you get to travel the world. You get to see some incredible places. It's always easier being the one away from home, seeing these places, than the one who's just sat home waiting. You name it, we've got cadets all around the world at the moment, even during the COVID crisis, which is happening. I'll come on to that in a minute. So we use the 4 main maritime colleges in the UK. So we've got Warsash here in Southampton, Fleetwood, which is up Blackpool Way, South Tyneside, which is Newcastle, and City of Glasgow up in Scotland. Ultimately, the choice of where you go to, which college you go to, comes down to your sponsoring company. But if you have a preference, that can be taken into account. So I've covered sort of your basic short courses. As you progress through your cadetship and before you qualify, you do your advanced courses. So this would be advanced firefighting, advanced medical first aid, depending on what route you take, like many other courses. So there's always practical and sort of hands-on learning at sea, definitely. As we're in 2020 these days as well, simulator training is definitely more prevalent within the maritime industry. And obviously, all the maritime colleges have simulators these days, and it's a really good experience for you. It might be the first time that you're actually taking the watch on board a vessel with nobody there, nobody behind you, just to check with. You know, you're chucked into so many scenario situations with simulator training these days that you feel very much more prepared for your first actually solo watch once you qualify. We have engine room simulators, crane simulator, tug sim. There's simulators for everything these days. Yeah, so how we're dealing with the COVID pandemic. So shipping hasn't stopped. Cruise ships, although they've stopped going from point A to point B, they still have cadets on because they're still at anchor. They're not just purely at anchor, they have to go outside 12 miles to discharge some waste or etc., create water, come in for food supplies. So, you know, for the engineers and ETOs, the vessels are still very active. You've still got all the systems running. The deck department, yes, you're going to be doing more anchor watches, but it's still very much a critical part of the job. You're still going to be doing passage planning. There's still a lot of roles that are undertaking on board vessels that are still just at anchor. Other types of vessels, they're still going. We had issues at the start of lockdown with cadets joining and leaving vessels. We don't have any cadets stuck on vessels. That happened for maybe the first 2 months, 3 months. That was purely because the ports weren't allowing crew changes to happen. So if they're in the UK, we could get them home. But if they're on a vessel elsewhere and the port wasn't allowing crew changes, there's nothing we could do. But fortunately, as time has progressed, the country's a lot better for letting crew change. So noticed that it's an issue at sea. Just a lot of cadets kind of lost some time during their cadetship, so we're looking at maybe pushing them back slightly, like they return to their final phase of college to make sure they get all their sea time in, to deal with the issue that we've had. Okay. One point I should mention, which I'm sure will be asked, is do we have a certain age limit for applying? So we don't have a set age limit. We don't say you have to be 18 to apply. What we say is that we want you to be 18 by the time your first sea phase comes around. So if you're a deck cadet, this might be 6 months after you start at college, or an engineering ETO, it might be 8-9 months. This is purely because of the Maritime Labour Convention, which basically sets out certain standards of work, accommodation, pay, all sorts on board vessels. Rightly so, it safeguards under 18s quite heavily. But what it means is for vessels to have under 18s on board, it's quite an additional effort, and the ship's insurance, it's very complicated. So generally, ships don't take under 18s these days. That's why we ask for you to be 18 by the time your first sea phase comes around, because otherwise it's going to be very, very difficult actually finding you the sea time. For example, deck side again, but in the 3 years, you're going to be at college for 18 months typically, and your sea time is going to be 18 months long to get that 12 months in. Now, if we're losing 2 months at the start, 3 months at the start of your sea phase because you're not 18 yet, that makes squeezing it all in very hard towards the end of your cadetship. So that's why we say you have to be 18 by the time your first sea phase starts, which I appreciate you won't know because you don't have the college schematics, but it's generally sort of 6 months for deck and sort of 8-9 months for engine and ETO. But yeah, I think that sort of sums up everything. Are there any questions which anybody would like to ask? And hopefully I should be able to answer.
Hi, William. We actually have one question from Tom in the chat function, and I think you just answered that for him because he mentioned, is it possible to apply to Chiltern at 17 if I will be 18 by my first trial? So you just pretty much answered that for him. Thank you ever so much. And thank you ever so much, William, for that information. It's really, really useful. And I hope everyone that's watching on the live stream found that useful. If you do have any more questions, we've got a couple of minutes left. Please put them in the chat function to the right of the YouTube streaming. And then also just a couple of questions from me. Obviously, all of this information, William, that will be on your website.
Yeah.
People to access.
Yeah, so our website is www.chilternmaritime.com. You can find information about all of our sponsors, cadetships. It's all on there, and that's also where you would apply. So you apply in there, put in a CV. I think there's a box for personal statement as well. So yeah, so a bit about recruitment. So you would apply in there. So there's a September intake and a January intake. Generally, so for reference, so September intake. The last one has just been, I think we've got 83 cadets, and for January, there's only 20 spaces. So it's much smaller. There's a limited choice of companies recruiting in January. So what I would say is, if you're looking for September, our recruitment will start probably end of February, early March. How we do it, we don't have sort of a set date you have to apply by. What we do is kind of fill the spaces as we go. So as applications come in, it might take a couple of days or a couple of weeks for us to get back to you. Basically, it'll be assigned to a coordinator. Now we're busy also managing all of our cadets and everything, sorting out issues. So we kind of get to recruitment as and when we can. But certainly, if you apply and don't hear back within a month, definitely ring up the office just to check that the application is there. So yeah, so I mean, we're increasing now for this January. For next September, I would definitely say sort of late February, early March. Basically, the earlier you can get the application in, the wider choices of cadetships we have, essentially, as well.
Okay, that's great. Thanks ever so much, William. That sort of really brings us to an end now. So thanks again, everyone, for listening to the live stream of William. And again, thank you for your time, William, for coming on and supporting people today. Guys, just for everyone watching, the next stream on this channel will be South Shields Marine School. So if you want to stay on and listen, we'll have a bit of a changeover period for a couple of minutes and they'll be starting. But thanks again, William, and thanks everyone for joining.
No worries. Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
Christopher.
Hello.
Hi, Chris. Sorry, I just wanted to double check that I wasn't going to be streamed live if I spoke. So I apologise. I didn't come straight on to speak to you, and I'm using the chat box. We've got a couple of minutes till we go live. What I'll do is, because you've been able to screen share, I will, as soon as 10:45 hits, it's all on schedule for timing, I will do a bit of a voiceover just to introduce you, where you're from, and then just hand over to you, and just mention that obviously they can put the chat function in the chat function on YouTube. And then what I'll do, if you just give us a few minutes at the end, and then I can ask you any questions that were in the chat function. If not, I'll write some down and I can ask you. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yeah, are you going to introduce us after the corporate video is played?
Yes, that's what's going to happen, yeah. Because I'm assuming that's been set up in the background, hasn't it?
Yeah, that's been set up. We're under the impression that you guys are going to play a corporate video, then introduce us, and we'll be screen sharing.
Welcome to South Shields Marine School, home of world-class training. Home of industry-leading equipment. Home of outstanding marine offshore facilities. Home of expert instruction. Home from home. Home of your company's future. This is South Shields Marine School, defined by tradition, embedded in the future.
Good morning and welcome everybody. It's a pleasure to introduce to you South Shields Marine School. I'm now going to hand over to the presenter Christopher Gray, who is going to talk you through his presentation. As mentioned before, if you do have any questions, please pop them in the chat box, which is to the right on the screen on your YouTube. What I will then do is ask Christopher any questions at the end of this. And so over to you, Christopher. Thank you everyone for listening.
Hi everybody, we are South Shields Marine School and we've been training maritime professionals since 1861. So today we're going to talk to you about cadetships and pre-cadetships. So we're just going to go into a little bit more detail about what those are. So my name is John Milner and I'm the head of school for deck officer certification. So I look after all the navigation deck officer courses here at South Shields Marine School. I myself was a cadet 95 and 98, and I did all my other certification all at South Shields Marine School throughout the years a long time ago, and started as a lecturer here 10 years ago, and now I'm currently the head of school. So for sponsored cadetships, there are three main routes. There's the deck or the navigation officer route, engineering officer, and electro-technical officer. So I'm going to talk to you about the navigational officer route. So a lot of people don't know exactly what a deck officer does on a ship. Basically, they make sure the ship gets from A to B as safely as possible. So making sure the ship goes from port to port, doesn't go over any wrecks. There's enough water underneath the ship, so it's not going to run aground. We make sure the ship's not going to tip over, so it's stable throughout the voyage. There's not too much cargo on, so it's too deep in the water. We look after all the ship to ship and ship to shore communications. And we also make sure that the cargo on that ship, whether that's oil, people, containers, whatever it is taken care of whilst it's on board. So a sponsored navigation officer cadetship is 3 years over 5 phases. You'll not only get a HE qualification, but you'll also gain your professional officer of the watch qualification at the end, which will allow you to hold a watch on any type of ship and any size of ship anywhere in the world. But you don't really want to hear me go on about that, so we're going to listen to Matthew Mullins, who's a current deck cadet here at South Shields Marine School.
Hi, my name is Matthew Mullins. I'm 20 years old and I'm doing a foundation degree deck cadetship. Now, doing a cadetship as a student is like no other course. Firstly, you have a sponsoring company. That means you don't have to take out a student loan and you finish debt free. So the course is 3 years in total. Now, 2 of those years are spent at college and 1 year is spent at sea. Now, the great thing is that both college and sea are blended together. So what you'll do is you'll start at college, then you'll have a trip at sea, in college, and sea, and then college. So there's 5 phases. And the great thing is that you get to apply what you've learned in college to the actual job at sea, and then vice versa as well. Now, when I started, I did short courses. So all my basic training like firefighting, first aid, all the basic necessities I needed to go to sea. Now, I've really enjoyed studying at South Shields Marine School. The staff and the lecturers are very friendly, down-to-earth people, and they're very approachable for any questions you might have. Now, if I was to give any advice to someone going to apply for a cadetship, I'd say be prepared for an adventure, but also a lot of challenges and hard work. It is a difficult job, and you're faced with a lot of challenges.
As well as that, it's very rewarding.
So apparently the sound wasn't very good on that video, so we're going to play it again. I'll just go back to Matthew there talking about his experiences as a
Hi, my
name
name is Matthew Mullins. I'm 20 years old and I'm doing a foundation degree deck cadetship. Now, doing a cadetship as a student is like no other course. Firstly, you have a sponsoring company. That means you don't have to take out a student loan and you finish debt free. So the course is 3 years in total. Now, 2 of those years are spent at college and 1 year is spent. Now, the great thing is that both college and sea are blended together. So what you'll do is you'll start at college, then you'll have a trip at sea, then college, then sea, and then college. So there's 5 phases. And the great thing is that you get to apply what you've learned in college to the actual job at sea, and then vice versa as well. Now, when I started, I did short courses. So all my basic training like firefighting, first aid, all the basic necessities I needed to go to sea. Now, I've really enjoyed studying at South Shields Marine School. The staff and the lecturers are very friendly, down-to-earth people, and they're very approachable for any questions you might have. Now, if I was to give any advice to someone going to apply for a cadetship, I'd say be prepared for an adventure, but also a lot of challenges and hard work. It is a difficult job and you'll be faced with a lot of challenges, but as well as that, it's very rewarding.
Thanks, Matthew. So he explained the cadetship pretty well there. 3 years long over 5 phases, sandwiched between college and sea. So those are some of the academic subjects you'll study on the HNC route. We do offer a foundation degree route as well, which is very similar. So like there, so chart work and tides, celestial navigation, so navigating by the stars and the sun. So we still have to do that, unfortunately. So it's still on the syllabus, which is quite exciting. I quite enjoy that. Meteorology, so we know what to do if we find ourselves in a storm, or better still, avoid a storm. Bit of navigational maths, so working out courses and distances mathematically, learning all about different cargoes, learning about how to keep the ship stable, where to put the cargo, how ships are built, what to do in an emergency, and then a little bit about marine law and management, because obviously we've got to comply with different rules and regulations around the world. So that's basically Matthew explaining his video. So phase 1 is at college. You'll do your basic short courses, so firefighting, sea survival, and closed space entry, things like that. You do some basic academics just to get you in the mood of what to expect on phase 2. So phase 2 is at sea. Get yourselves on a ship, apply that knowledge that you've learned in college, come back to sea. You do some further subjects on the HNC or an FD, get your academic underpinning knowledge, that goes towards your certificate of competency, go back to sea, apply that knowledge, complete all your sea training, and then return to college in phase 5, which is basically a very short phase, which is your final written exams, an oral exam, and some short courses in communications and navigational aids. So there's a little schematic there just to explain over the 3 years how the college and sea phases work. I won't bore you with that. So you can see what we've just explained there with the navigation cadetships. So I'm now going to hand you over to Chris Gray after this short video, who's head of school for marine degrees and engineering certification. And he's going to talk to you about foundation degrees, electrotechnical and in engineering.
Hello everyone, thanks for joining us today, and thank you to John for going through our deck programs here at South Tyneside College, South Shields Marine School. I'm going to briefly talk to you about our foundation degree programs on the engine and ETO side of things. Both consist of a 3-year sandwich style course, which are in collaboration with the University of Sunderland. Both are designed to provide you with the requirements to become a fully qualified engineer or ETO officer on board ship. And upon successful completion, you'll gain a foundation degree as well as your first certificate of competency and a variety of workshop and short course certificates. So the difference between marine engineering and an ETO side, basic marine engineering has more of a mechanical slant, and you'll be looking after all of the more mechanically slanted sides of the shipboard operations. So these would include things like hydraulics, pneumatics, power generation, propulsion, refrigeration plant, and so on. For the electrotechnical side, it's much more slanted towards the electrical aspects of the shipboard industry. Just to give a brief outline of what our programs look like here at South Shields Marine School, you can see a brief schematic now up on the screen, where you can clearly see that we have the college phases, which are outlined in green, and the sea phases, which are outlined in blue. So this is what I spoke about earlier about a sandwich style course. So we've got 3 college phases and 2 sea phases. Very much similar to the deck side. So you begin off with the first phase in college, go away to sea for phase 2, come back, apply what you've learned, and continue your academic studies in phase 3. Again, go away and complete your sea time during phase 4, and then finish up with us again at the college in phase 5. Again, very similar to the deck side, we've got basic short courses that you need to do while you're here with us at the college. For example, firefighting, medical first aid, and lifeboat safety and things like that. And these are the certificates that you need to take on with you when you board your ship. So, and route side into the foundation degree now is by completion of a pre-cadetship course with us at South Shields Marine School. My next colleague, Tony Bull, is going to be going into a lot more detail about the pre-cadetship. And obviously that's a bit more of the focus of today's event and towards sort of younger generation getting into the industry. If you don't come in via a pre-cadetship route, you can also come in with a UCAS tariff of 48, including 12 UCAS points from a maths and or science subject, plus GCSEs grade 5 or C in maths, science and English language. So just to give you a brief description of each of the courses, the first one being the engine course. I'll just flick ahead to the ETO as well and flick between the two. So you can see they're very similar in the way that they're laid out. You do a range of level 4 modules with us at college. Then you go away to C and you come back and you complete your level 5 modules. Of course, all level 4 modules have to be completed before progression onto level 5 modules. As you'll see, going between the two, level 4 modules are fairly similar. There's only 2 differences. And a lot of the times engineers and ETOs will be in the same class actually for phase 4 modules. And then obviously phase 5 is where you split out into the more sort of directed areas related to your course after you've had a bit of your sort of academic underpinning knowledge and you've been away to sea and you've got a little bit more knowledge behind you to go into a lot more detail during your level 5 courses. I'm just going to hand over here to a current FD engine cadet, Matthew Giles, and he'll be able to explain his time on the course currently. He's currently with us at the college now.
Hello, my name is Matthew James Giles and I am an engineering cadet with Disney Cruise Line. Upon starting your cadetship, you will quickly realise what a career at sea has to offer. You'll be joined by many different races, nationalities and cultures from all around the world, all of whom share the same end goal of becoming electrical, deck or engineering officers. South Shields Marine School provides the perfect learning environment for you to fully enhance skills and develop yourself for this career. The tutors and lecturers have all been to see themselves and all understand what it's like to be a cadet. The structure is set out so that you study in college for a few months and then you go to sea and put into practice what you learn. Being a cadet is hard, but if you put the graft in, you'll get the end goal, which can be a very lucrative career. Like my engineer said to me, there is no such thing as a problem, only a solution. So I hope you choose South Shields Marine School, I hope you become a cadet, and maybe one day I will see you on a ship. Good luck. Thank you.
So, looking back, that's where I was myself around 16 years ago. So I just wanted to give you a little bit of an idea of some of the personal development that you could have within the industry. So I started off with a 3-year sponsored cadetship, which an entry point to that now could be pre-cadet before doing the sponsored cadetship. That wasn't available for me back in the day. After that, I went on to do my bachelor's degree in marine engineering. Then I went on to a sea career for approximately 3 years before coming back to pursue lecturing in marine engineering and then on to a master's degree in education. So there are lots of different possibilities within the industry to branch out, and we can provide the stepping stones for you to start off with a pre-cadetship and to get wherever you would like to be in the industry. I'll now hand over to my colleague, Tony Bull, who's head of school for engineering officer certification, who will talk a lot more in depth about pre-cadetships and the HNC route.
Challenging. Dynamic.
Rewarding.
World class. Diverse.
stimulating.
Opportunities.
Hello, good morning. My name's Tony Bull. I was a cadet here from 1985 to 1988, where I got my HND. A couple of photographs. The one on the left is me with my classmates hiding from the lecturer inside a Scotch boiler instead of doing hard work. We do hard work, of course, and you can see the evidence on the right-hand side here. Here's me in the halls of residence after a hard day in the workshop, just about to get showered up for dinner. I sailed on a couple of ships during my cadetship in phase 2 and phase 4. General cargo ship at the top there on the left, the MV Memnon. We carried all sorts of things from Liverpool down to West Africa over a couple of months. Wood, steel, farm equipment, you name it, general cargo. My second sea phase was the ship on the right, an LPG. We carried propane, butane, ammonia and things like that. That was the MV Lincolnshire. And once I qualified as a fourth engineer, I then spent a number of years on a cruise ship, leading the High Life on Canberra, and then went on to do various other trips on different vessels, including trips in the North Sea, ferries and things like this. I'm going to talk a little bit now about the pre-cadetships that we run here. We run 3. Engineering, we run 2 levels, level 2 and level 3, and the level 3 for the deck and navigation as well. So we run 3 all together. Our pre-cadetships are approximately 1 year, just short of that, where we do classroom learning, of course, maths, English, and mechanics and things like this. But also we do visits to ships, and workshop and labs and things like this in order to increase practical learning as well. Our programs on the pre-cadetship are free to 16 to 18-year-olds. It does cost if you're over 19, but you can get loans and pay in installments and get bursaries and things like that. Please contact us if you want to know more details about that.
So the navigation pre-cadetship, you'll study some academic subjects just to give you a bit of knowledge in what a navigator does on board. So as we said before, terrestrial, celestial navigation, stability, ship construction, bridge watchkeeping, so what it's like to hold a watch on a ship, and infilled with that some maths and physics to make sure that your maths ability is up to the correct level before moving on to a sponsored cadetship. So in with the pre-cadetship, with the deck and the engineering, there's lots of practical courses we get you to do. So sea survival, firefighting, first aid, rope work, tying knots, making ladders, out in the lifeboats, things like that. So it's not all in the classroom. And as Tony said, throughout the course, lots and lots of ship visits. We've got the Port of Tyne very close, so we get you to visit as many ships as we can in the Port of Tyne. And we also try and get you on a ferry over to Amsterdam and Bruges and look around the bridge in the engine room while we're on that ferry there. So at the end of the course, you'll have achieved a FE qualification in shipping and maritime studies, and then move on to a sponsored cadetship, either a HNC or an FD.
Thanks, John. Okay, the level 2 engineering. This is a level 2 diploma in engineering technology. This is with EAL, and very similar to what John said. Lots of practical intermingled with a lot of academic subjects, ship visits, sea survival, firefighting, first aid, workshops, and things like that. Level 3 is SQA qualification. That's a diploma in maritime studies, but again, quite similar: academic studies, practicals, ship visits, and again, an introduction to sea survival, firefighting, medical first aid, workshops, practical experience where we can. So entry requirements are a grade 4 or C or equivalent in maths, English and a science for the different pre-cadetships. There is the ability to start the pre-cadetship with a level 3 and do a GCSE resit. That is also possible. We don't just work hard here in South Shields Marine School, we also play hard too. This is us celebrating the World Maritime Day last year. It was actually sunny that day, thank God, and you can see a lot of the pre-cadets having fun on our playing fields. This is what John was talking about before. We use work experience. This is a trip to Amsterdam on the DFDS ferry from Newcastle. And the photographs here show the cadets on the bridge and then in the engine room, the control room, talking to the engineers. This is a really, really good introduction to the marine industry that is invaluable when pre-cadets decide whether they want to go on to sponsorship or not. So the level 2 and level 3 pre-cadetships are meant to introduce people to the sponsored cadetship. So once you finish the level 2 and level 3 pre-cadetship, you can move on to HNC, HND sponsored cadetship, foundation degree in engineering or electrical, or again, as John said earlier, onto the navigation side of things, HNC, HND, or foundation degree. So the sponsored cadetship, phase 1, phase 3 through, as Chris mentioned earlier on, it's split up into phases. In college, you'll study engineering principles, propulsion systems, control systems, electrical, pneumatics, hydraulics, thermomechanics, naval architecture, a multitude of different academic subjects. So it's 3 years. They all tend to follow the same pattern, sandwich course over 5 phases, and you'll come away with not only the FE, HE qualifications, but also the certificate of competency to be able to, as John said earlier on, sail on any ship of any size, any kind in the world. And there you can see the 5 phases split up there, the number of weeks that you'll spend at college and at sea, depending upon which route you take. This is just a graphical representation of that, same as the others have shown you. Top left-hand corner is the pre-cadetship, starts in September, runs through to May, continuous. And underneath that, top left, you've got the pink one there. This is the phase 1 in college. The blue, phase 2 is the C trip. And then you've got the orange, phase 3, coming on to the HNC. Then another C phase, phase 4, which then takes you into the 3rd year. You come back and you do advanced short courses, I-Army exams and things like that for my students. And then if you want to, and you're capable, you could maybe go on to do the HND, which is the green bit at the end there. We do have 2 intakes. We have not only the September intake, but the lines underneath that show the January intake as well. That helps out students who are not ready in September, but also helps out shipping companies so that they can stagger their cadets at sea. Okay, thank you very much, everybody, for listening and watching our presentation. Thank you to everybody at Solent for organising this event for us to take part.
Thanks ever so much. That was great, really informative. No questions so far in the chat box. We've got literally a couple of minutes left, so if anyone would like to ask any questions, please do put it in the chat box. But all of your information, just to clarify, can be found on your website about the application process. Am I right in thinking?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, brilliant. That's great. And as I say, guys, so any questions you do have or anything that was missed or you didn't quite catch today, please do have a look on the Marine School website, and all of the information is on there. Thank you ever so much, guys, for joining us today, and thank you for that informative information. And just to say, we've got a slight gap now, but the next talk will be from the Royal Navy, so please stay with us. Thanks again. Bye-bye.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. Cheers now. Bye.
welcome to the Royal Navy Careers Maritime update from Mark Hayes, who we've got here that was going to present. Just as before, if you've watched the other live streams, please could I ask you to put any questions in the chat function on the right-hand side of the YouTube channel, which you can see. And then I will hand over to you, Mark, to introduce. Thanks ever so much for joining us.
Good morning, everybody. Actually, I'm not Mark Hayes. I am Chief Petty Officer Sally Armstrong, Career Advisor in the Royal Navy, having served for 32 years, and would love this opportunity today to talk to you about careers in the Royal Navy. And I'm joined by my colleague, Chief Petty Officer Steve Warby as well.
Good morning.
So what we'd like to start with doing is talking about the different careers. Would you like to move the slide forward, please? So what we're going to look at is the reasons why we have the Royal Navy, how we're organised and we're very structured, and to look at how we put that structure together. We have different specialisations within the Royal Navy, there's so much choice and opportunities. So then we're really going to tell you how you're going to apply, because you're really going to want to by the time we finish with this, and who we're looking for, and actually we're just looking for you. Because what we believe in is that everyone's got something to bring to the party, no matter where you're from, what your background is, what age you are, we want you in the Royal Navy. And then any questions, we're going to hopefully answer all of them. Thank you. I'm just going to play this short video for you.
On an average day around the world, the Royal Navy has up to 8,000 sailors and Marines and as many as 40 ships, submarines and aircraft either deployed or preparing to deploy. Whether it's in the Arabian Gulf, North Sea, Afghanistan or the icy waters of the South Atlantic, your Royal Navy is out there doing what is asked of it, and at times much, much more. Active and fully engaged around the world. As a nation, we are increasingly reliant on the stable supply of oil, gas, and raw materials into our ports. By guarding the flow of these energy resources and ensuring trade routes remain open and safe to use, the Navy protects UK supply lines and safeguards its prosperity. Every day of the year, the Navy provides security by maintaining a visible presence in home waters and in regions overseas where there are strong UK interests. This allows the Royal Navy to build relationships with regional partners and respond rapidly to conflict, aggression, and unforeseen natural disasters, helping restore stability, bringing humanitarian assistance and saving lives. Promoting partnerships with other nations is key to helping them to make the seas safer for everyone. As well as helping to share the burden of providing security, it also allows us to increase levels of understanding and cooperation between nations. By being globally deployed, the Royal Navy prevents conflict. Its reassuring presence can often be enough to deter threats, help keep the peace, and stabilize potential hotspots. And being globally deployed also allows the Navy to respond swiftly to unforeseen events as and when they emerge. This is why the Navy is always ready to fight and win in combat, at sea, on land, or in the air. All of the Royal Navy's tasks are possible because the 30,000 sailors and Marines of the Royal Navy are a highly skilled and efficient force. They are the lifeblood of the service, able to adapt to whatever the mission demands and are the key to delivering success anywhere in the world. The Royal Navy is your Navy, working 365 days a year around the globe with one aim: protecting our nation's interests.
So as you can see, there are 6 elements to the Royal Navy. We're going to cover them in the next slides. The Royal Fleet Auxiliary are going to be covered by my colleague later on in a specific area. We also have the Royal Navy Reserves, which is the part-time element of the Royal Navy. So if you just want to work alongside the Royal Navy and support them, but it also opens to opportunities to work in full-time to cover a specific job. Thank you.
So good morning. The surface fleet, as you can see there on the screen, you've got a rather large vessel there. That is our new ship into the Royal Navy, which is HMS Queen Elizabeth, which is an aircraft carrier, and the sister ship is HMS Prince of Wales. A fun fact for you there on HMS Queen Elizabeth, it can actually hold on its flight deck 4 jumbo jets. That's the size of the flight deck that you can see there, and also in the hangar it can house 2 Type 23 frigates. So the surface fleet consists of around about 72 vessels, ranging from the aircraft carrier you can see there to Type 45 destroyers, Type 23 frigates, and various maritime patrol vessels and surface vessels for fishing. Next slide, please. So the submarine service, I'm sure you've seen the adverts on TV about the submarine service. We can't tell you too much about it. However, it is the silent service. They operate underneath the sea. The roles are available for male and female. And we have 2 particular submarines, which is the nuclear deterrent and the attack deterrent. Mainly based out of Scotland, Faslane. There are a few boats down in Plymouth at the same time. However, as we say, we can't talk too much about the submarine service because it is the silent service, operating 24/7, 365 underneath the waves. Next slide, please.
We also have the Fleet Air Arm, and that is the air element of the Royal Navy. Some people believe that the RAF is where they want to go if they want to fly fast-wing jets. As you can see on the screen, we have the F-35, but we also have various types of helicopters. So what happens is if a ship is deploying for, say, a 6-month deployment, one of the helicopters will be given an exercise to join the ship, and they will deploy with the helicopter. And the helicopter will fly every day to do ops and whatever the operation requires. So the Fleet Air Arm is very exciting. We have lots of different roles within the Fleet Air Arm, and they're based out of 2 main air stations in the UK, which is in Yeovil in Somerset and Culdrose down in Cornwall. Next slide, please. The Royal Marines is the fighting amphibious force for the Royal Navy. They can fight on land and at sea in every single terrain that you can think of, in the snow, the jungle and the desert. They are the most well-trained elite soldiers of the world, and I have that on good knowledge. The Royal Marines we'll talk about a little bit more later on, but they are a very professional force. Thank you. So the Royal Fleet Auxiliary are our assistants in the Royal Navy, especially when we're at sea. They supply us with fuel, equipment and medical support, and that will be talked to you later on in a little bit more detail. Thank you.
I think this is where I'll interject now. Thanks, Chief. Good morning. My name is Third Officer Steve Pells. I'm a marine engineer, 14 years in the service. I've got 5 minutes to talk through the Royal Fleet Auxiliary. The Royal Fleet Auxiliary, what is the Royal Fleet Auxiliary? It's predominantly civil service, providing logistical and operational support for the Royal Navy's activities worldwide, including NATO. Established in 1905, BAE has been historically supplying the ships of the Royal Navy with stores, ammunition and fuel. Whilst it's not traditionally been a key area of focus for the Royal Navy, the RFA has grown in importance as the ever more complex surface fleet requires greater support. In addition to the roles taken on due to the ship's greater capabilities, for example, the new Queen Elizabeth class aircraft carriers touched on earlier, requiring new purpose-built ships to assist in carrying out their duties, we also undertake ever more NATO task force operations, humanitarian assistance where needed, and other foreign engagements, sharing the Royal Navy's commitments to overseas territories. Whilst the RFA is a part of the wider naval service, its military standing is more defensive than offensive. The weapons we carry are for our own self-defence, manned by either crew or onboard assigned force protection teams. Some of our ships may also serve as a command platform for operations being undertaken in theatre, so this means working closely with other arms of the MOD and even allied forces. So, are we trained as military? New entrants are given initial training at Royal Navy establishments depending on their role. For cadets, it will be Britannia Royal Naval College, where they'll be trained as a naval officer, upholding the traditions and standards, as well as developing leadership skills. All new entrants are required to sign a sponsored reserved agreement, where you will become a special member of the naval service, which basically means in times of war or activation, you cannot be treated as a pirate, mercenary, or spy. Employees serving in other reserve forces like the TA, etc., will not normally be eligible for RFA sponsored reserve membership, and so you would need to transfer. You will be expected to undertake unique training such as damage control, more extensive firefighting, CVRN, in addition to the STCW civilian training required by the International Maritime Organization. Entrants will be employed as civil servants with no duration or upper age restriction. The pension scheme is a civil service pension scheme, not a military one. The rank structure, although it is civilian, is in line with the Royal Navies and NATO's, and so marks of respect and traditions are still practiced, with each grade enjoying their own independence and way of accommodation, dining and social arrangements. Thank you.
There are different areas of the Royal Navy that you can join. You can join as a commissioned officer, a rating, which is the specialist, which they learn from the very basics and the intricate details of every job role, but they can become an officer as well if they have the correct qualifications and potential. And then we have the Royal Marines. Thank you. So the different specialisations, I'm going to go through each of the 6 of them, and the next couple of slides are going to show engineering and medical. So I'll just talk to you quickly about logistics. Logistics is my area, so we're a supporting role within the Royal Navy, and we do anything from HR to logistical supplies of equipment, food and uniforms. And we also have the catering services, which is mainly chefing and a bit of stewarding. Really interesting job roles and can open up lots of opportunities. The Fleet Air Arm is full of engineers, people who handle the aircraft, exciting jobs like the Naval Air Crewman, which is someone who sits in the back of the helicopter, deciding who comes in and out of the helicopter, using the weapon systems on board and helping navigate the aircraft. And then obviously we have the Royal Marines, which I talked about earlier. Thank you.
All this wouldn't be possible without my branch, which is, go back one slide please, which is the warfare branch. The warfare branch covers 4 arms, which is above water warfare tactical, which is all the radars and data links talking to various ships and submarines and aircraft. Above water warfare weapons, where they man all the weapons outboard on ships and all the missiles that we fire from the ships. UW underwater, this team monitors the sonars, so all the sensors emitting from submarines, where they can listen out and track where the sonars are, even though we can't talk too much about that, silent service. And finally, EW, which is electronic warfare, so they are listening in, they are the listeners of anything and everything that emits from any ship or any aircraft. Next, please.
The engineering roles within the Royal Navy fall into 3 categories. There's the marine engineers. They're a bit like your car mechanics. They make sure that the ship can be self-sustainable. So they cover all the engines, the plumbing, the electrics, the water, refrigeration, air conditioning units. Then we've got the weapon engineers, and basically they're looking after all the sensors, the radars, the sonars, the satellites, obviously the weapons, so more electronic based, very computerized and mathematical. And then we have the air engineers, so they work with the Fleet Air Arm, fixing and maintaining all of our aircraft, bringing in both elements of the marine and weapon engineering, because every single element of that helicopter is fixed and maintained by the air engineers. And there is many, many opportunities for budding engineers in the Royal Navy, as well as all the other job roles as well. Thank you. The medical services is a massive range. We have some fantastic opportunities depending on your background and your qualifications. So if you've got no qualifications, then you can be a medical assistant, which is like a paramedic. So first aiders, very highly trained first aiders on the scene to deal with any situation, whether it's on board a ship or alongside working with the Royal Marines. And shoreside as well, and also work out of the hospitals. But we also have other roles like dental, and if you wanted to be a naval nurse, then we would actually train you to be the naval nurse. So we would send you to Birmingham City University, pay for your 3-year degree, pay you £20,000 a year while you're training, all because we want you in the Royal Navy. And if you've got a medical degree, then you can be a medical officer. There's obviously other roles in the medical world as well that you can look into, thank you. So wanting to know how you apply, well, most people are eligible. There are always areas that can stop you from joining the Royal Navy, and if you have any questions on that, then we'll be able to answer that. But you can find if you're eligible by going onto the Royal Navy career website. And if you play around in that area, you'll be able to have a look at anything that you might feel is an issue for you, or that you want to know whether you can do a specific job. You can do any role that you want to do if you've got the right qualifications, or you just have the interest in that area. You register your interest in a certain role, and then you'll be contacted, and then you can apply online. And once you apply online, we're using at the moment an estimated recruitment test score using your qualifications. So all you lovely year 11s out there who are basically starting your GCSE year, it is so important that you do try your hardest to attain your GCSE results. If you have certain GCSE results that are suitable for the job role that you want to do, then you will not have to sit currently the recruitment test. So your maths and English, grade 4 and above, science, grade 4 and above, it's all really important. So work really hard at your maths and English, and that will just help your journey. Now, if you don't manage to gain any of these qualifications, then when you join the Royal Navy, they will really want to encourage you to get those qualifications then. So you'll be able to take your GCSEs, English and maths again if you don't do it at school. So I would say nail it now so you don't have to nail it later. Thank you. There's a selection interview, as you would do for any job, and we want to just find out all about you and to see if you are suitable for the Royal Navy and the job role that you want to do. We're not going to stop you from doing a job role unless it really stands out that you would be suitable for something else, but at the end of the day, it is your choice. We're interested in all your background and all your extra activities. So whatever you're doing at school or at college, it's really important to us, and what you do outside of school is important as well. And the last part of the interview, we're just going to find out about why you really want to join and how much information you found out to see that you are interested in joining the Royal Navy. Following the interview, you will have a medical and eyesight test, and there's different requirements depending on what you want to do. And then we're going to test your fitness. And the fitness test for the Royal Navy and the Royal Marines is slightly different, but for the Royal Navy, it's just a 2.4 kilometre run, and that is 1 miles. We have different standards depending on your age and whether you're a male or female, and that's just the physiology of our bodies and what we're capable of. That's the minimum score, maximum score you have to reach, but if you can get that faster and run it quicker, then that would be much more advisable. The Royal Marines have a harder 2.4k run to run in 12 minutes 30 seconds, no matter how fast you think you can run it. You take that long because you have a minute recovery before you will go again and try and get it under 10 minutes 30. Currently, we are not doing a pre-joining fitness test for Royal Marines. We're doing a virtual pre-joining fitness test. It's very exciting. And it ranges from you being assessed by a Royal Marine over Zoom. We love Zoom. And during that time, you'll be doing burpees, yes, burpees, press-ups, some sit-ups, planking, and you have to have really good form, be able to achieve all of the required exercises in a certain time. Thank you. Once you've finished the pre-joining fitness test, we will then ask for a date for you to join the Royal Navy if you are a rating joining as in a specialisation. Once you've got your date to join the Navy, then you will attend a pre-Royal Navy course, and that's a bit of a look at life, at what it's like in the Navy. You will be tested with your swimming, so you do need to be able to swim. You don't have to be an Olympic swimmer, but you do need to be using swimming as part of your fitness routine. And you'll be tested with your run as well, but it's mainly for you to have a look. And if you're going to be a submariner, then you'll go up to Scotland for your pre-Royal Navy course and get to go down a real life submarine to see if it's really what you want to do and see how exciting that really is. However, if you're choosing a specialisation that requires a further interview, you will be doing that before you get a date to join the interview, join the Navy. And that's things like nursing boards, presentation boards, flying aptitude tests if you want to be an air crewman, etc. Thank you. Prior to COVID, we did a pre-Royal Marine course, which was assessing your suitability at your fitness levels prior to joining training. We've changed that now. We're doing that virtual pre-joining fitness test that I mentioned. And then on passing that, you would go to Lympstone, CTCRM Lympstone in Exeter, where you would do a 4-week structured training course that would build you up to the right level before you start training. It has proved very successful. It gives you a good insight into the Royal Marines prior to starting your 32 weeks training. Thank you. If you want to be a Royal Navy officer, then you will go through exactly the same procedure as you do as a rating, but once you pass your pre-joining fitness test, you'll then be invited to attend an Admiralty interview board. And that is where they'll be testing all different types of your leadership potential for the Royal Navy. This is based at HMS Chiltern in Gosport near Portsmouth. Thank you. Royal Marine officers, they attend the AIB as well, but they also do a potential officers course at Lympstone, but everything else is the same as all the other selection interviews and everything. Thank you. Right, hopefully we've given you enough information, and we are now open for any questions that you may have.
Great, thanks ever so much, everyone. That was really, really informative. We haven't had any questions in the chat function so far, but we do have a few minutes left. So if anyone's got any questions, but I've got a question actually for you, Sally, if possible. You've spoke about obviously the entry points, that kind of thing. What about apprenticeships? Is that an option for young people at the moment, or something?
Right. Yes, so it's very exciting. Everybody that joins the Royal Navy and the Royal Marines will be put onto an apprenticeship scheme. So alongside their professional training, they'll have external verifiers that come in to assess how they're being taught, and they'll be given equivalent professional qualifications to go alongside what they're being taught. So for example, if you're going to be an engineer, you'll be working throughout your career towards a foundation degree in engineering, which you would be given the opportunity to complete your degree at the end of that. But all of the, every single role will give you professional qualifications, but you also get the opportunity to do other qualifications alongside what you're doing through your normal role. So everyone is encouraged to develop, to professionally develop, is encouraged to get promoted. Everyone's got the opportunity to go right to the top, so there's no boundary there. It's a really good opportunity when it comes to keeping your qualifications going and keep learning.
That's great. Thank you ever so much. And also, if people are thinking obviously about joining the Navy, when's the best time of year they should be applying or looking to apply?
That's a really good question, Chloe. Because of today's climate and things have been slowed down slightly, but we're still working very hard and have continually started training throughout COVID, people should give themselves about a year's running time. So if they think, well, actually, I'm going to finish 2 years of college, then they're going to apply on the start of their second year of college. Now, we will take everybody on the understanding that they're going to gain the qualifications that they may need to do the job role that they want, and we'll take them all the way through. And as long as they achieve those qualifications, we can get a date to fall in place with them finishing any course or any time that they want to join. So if someone says, well, I want to join, but I don't actually really want to join until next year, then now is the time to apply, because then you have a nice calm running through everything. In case there's any hiccups along the way, any medical issues that need to be ironed out, then it gives them the time. But if people think, oh, I'll join the Navy tomorrow, then that's not going to happen. So I would say about years running. Now, the earliest anyone can apply to join the Royal Navy or Royal Marines is 15 and 9 months old. And so we take people straight from in year 11, if they want to, instead of going to college, join the Navy when their friends are actually going to college.
That's great. That's really informative. And like you say, I think for any careers, people that are watching this and students that are watching this now, knowing that information is really, really crucial and really informative. Thank you. I hope we've got time. Just one question. I've got Jordan, who's put in the chat function. He's just asked, what is the difference between an apprenticeship and an accelerated apprenticeship? And we've got a couple of minutes if you can describe that for us. Thanks, Sally.
So we have got some really good opportunities, and one of them is in the engineering world. If somebody has gone and done A levels at physics and maths or any other STEM subject and achieved a certain level, or if they've done a BTEC level 3 or whatever equivalent's going on at the moment, T levels, level 3, which is equivalent to the next step up from GCSE, so A levels, in engineering, then they can join straight in as an accelerated apprentice engineer. That means that from day one, they are holding the rank of leading hand, and they're paid 33,000 from that day. Amazing. So they could be an 18-year-old earning that much. However, in order for us to choose the best people for this, we're looking for people who have got experience of leadership and who've done extracurricular activities and who have done more than just turning up for school or college, because the competition is high. But it doesn't mean that we're not going to give you the opportunity to have a go at it. So please don't think that just because you've turned up and done the extra qualifications, that's going to do it for you. But actually, we're going to give you the opportunity to show us that you are the person we want to give that great opportunity to. However, you could have all these qualifications, even a degree, and still join as an able rate in the Royal Navy. And if the Royal Navy identify that you are wasted at that level, they will give you the opportunity to fast track within 2 years to lead in hand, and obviously all the way through. And if you've got 5 GCSEs, including Maths and English, grade 5 or B and above, it means that down the line you will always have the opportunity to go through the officer role as well as, and in engineering, as long as you've got a degree in engineering, which you can get the opportunity, as I said earlier, while you are serving.
Brilliant. That's great. Thanks ever so much to all of you for your time. It's been really, really informative for me, and I should imagine all of the people that are watching. So again, thank you from Solent Lep, Maritime UK, and thanks everyone for listening. Bye-bye.
Yeah, bye.
Hello, my name is Gareth Colwell. I'm a marketing officer at Portsmouth International Port, and we put together this short video today to talk about careers in the port industry and the wide range of opportunities that are available to people. So to kick off, it's just a little bit of background about the UK's port industry. So it's a very diverse sector, embracing lots of different activities that are critical to many parts of the UK economy. We're part of vital transport networks which support domestic and international trade. So many things that you use around your home you will have come in through a port in the UK. So these can include things like fishing, passenger operations, leisure, so yachting, those sort of things, car ferries, which we have at the port, support for the offshore industry, such as oil rigs, gas rigs, international cables, coastal defences, environmental sciences as well. So over 90% of the UK's international trade by volume comes through ports. So what about Portsmouth International Port itself? So we're the UK's most successful municipal port, which basically means we're owned by the local authority, which is Portsmouth City Council. So a lot of the profit that we make goes direct to council services, so £8 million in a typical year, which has a great benefit for other council services which have been under strain over the past decade. We're currently investing around £30 million into an ambitious plan to revolutionise our cruise operations, to boost cruise trade, improve facilities for ferry passengers as well, and also help increase the amount of cargo that comes through the port. We've been recognised as a quality organisation of the year, so that basically means we leaders in a wide range of international standards, and that's been now recognised on an international level. Sustainability is also a massive thing for us as well, with lots of investments due to be made in the port over the coming years, including hopefully wind turbines, and also an increased number of solar panels on the site. We've already got some, along with a very sustainable terminal which uses seawater to wash the toilets and uses wind catchers on the roof for air conditioning. Also looking at getting a revolutionary energy storage system, so we can store all that energy that's made by solar and wind and use it later in the day, so when it is needed. We've got long-term agreements with customers such as Brittany Ferries, so that's got 14 years to run on it, and looking to establish long-term agreements across the port to make sure we've got sustainable business going forward. The port's also home to Portico, which operates the 2 conventional quays at the port, so moving a wide range of cargo from bananas and soft fruits right through to wind blades, aggregates and grain. So here's some economic statistics that we had compiled last year. So we support over 5,500 jobs across the UK with activities at the port. Have over £700 million worth of non-EU trade that comes through our terminal as well. Make a £390 million contribution to the national economy. So, and also we also look after around 80% of the trade between the EU and the Channel Islands, and the second largest port by volume on the south coast. We've quite famously been known for importing around 50% of the bananas in the UK that come through Portsmouth, and also facilitate 1.8 million passengers going to France and Spain every year. We also, as the Port Authority, look after the wider areas in the harbour. So that's another 2.7 million passengers that use the Gosport ferry, another 4.4 million that go to and from the Isle of Wight every year. So to flesh that out, that's 9 million passengers a year that pass through the Port Authority area. Then on top of that, you've got 300,000 freight lorries, 250,000 of those coming from France and Spain, so from those big agricultural regions of those countries that produce a lot of salad goods, and soft fruits that we all like to buy in our supermarkets. And then there's another 50,000 movements to the Isle of Wight. Then if you look at all the passenger vehicles as well that travel upon the ferries at the port, that's over 1 million vehicle movements in total. We've got the largest fruit import facility in the UK, and we've also just recently purchased a new crane. So our 2 newest cranes over at Portico, when they're used together, can lift up to 250 tonnes. So can deal with some of the biggest loads out there. So a lot of what we would call project cargo, so things used for big infrastructure projects. Recently we took in a large satellite test chamber and loaded it onto lorries to be taken to the UK's new satellite test facility. We're the second largest cross-channel port. We've got the most European ferry destinations, and we're also identified as a major port by the Department for Transport. So here's a nice aerial photo of the port. You can see all the different areas. So sort of in the background you can see the naval dockyard, which Portsmouth is very famous for, home to the 2 aircraft carriers and obviously a lot of historic ships as well. So right in the distance you can see Warrior there and HMS Victory in the Mary Rose Museum. But in the foreground, so you'll see an area with a pink line around it. That is the portico site, so those 2 conventional quays. You can see 2 ships up against those in the picture. So that's where all those things like your fruit and your project cargo and your grain and your aggregates all come in over there. As you move down the picture, you'll see an area surrounded by a yellow line. So you're moving into Portsmouth International Port, which is also known as the cruise and ferry port. So this is where all our ferry and cruise operations take place. So you can see there the terminal building. So if you're going to France or Spain or the Channel Islands, you'll either drive through the check-in gates, then go and wait to go through security, or you'll come into the terminal building and come and check in, and then get some refreshments and sit down and have a relax before you get onto your ferry. And then you've also got your freight gates down there where your lorries come in, then they'll come in and wait. Then you'll see an area with an orange border, which is the unaccompanied freight. So some companies will come in and drop the trailers from their lorries, and then they'll be taken onto the ferries by a tug and then picked up by another driver at their destination, which is an area which will probably see an increase in the coming years as trade changes with the impact of Brexit. And then you've got an area there towards the right, surrounded by a green line, which is mainly used for dealing with Channel Islands freight. So as mentioned, around 80% of the goods that are consumed on the Channel Islands come through Portsmouth. So it's a really, really vital route for Jersey and Guernsey that trade keeps flowing through the port. So as you can see, it's not a humongous port, but we do a lot with the area that we've got. We make that area work hard. So here's some information from the British Ports Association, who are the trade association speaking on behalf of UK ports. So they've calculated that there's around 115,000 people directly employed by the UK ports industry. So then think about all the other industries that UK ports support as well. So add all that, that's a really substantial amount of people with lots of opportunities available. So there's just a brief overview there is also of all the sort of careers that ports need. So running through deck hands, corporate affairs managers, office surveyors, parking officer, there is the list is pretty much endless. So what we're going to do now is go through some of those areas in more detail. So here's the bit you've been waiting for. So here are some of the careers that are available in the port industry. So we're going to have a little run through these. It's interspersed with a bit of video as well, with some examples of those roles at work. So starting in the top left hand corner, you've got harbour masters and marine pilots and other marine personnel. So they are concerned with making sure that everything on the marine side, so on the water, is done safely and effectively and have a wide range of responsibilities. So here you can see a ship being pulled out to port with a tug, and aboard that ship will be a marine pilot who helps the captain of that ship navigate within the port or harbour, because they won't have experience of those areas. So you need someone with that expertise of the local area on the ship to help them navigate safely. So next up, you've got port operations. So this is a really big area of what happens within a port. You've got people, you've got key operatives, forklift drivers, right up to head of operations, and this wide team of people make sure that not only ships are moored safely, that then the freight that's upon them is then moved efficiently. They have to operate such things as heavy machinery, forklift trucks, mobile cranes, and a range of other reach stackers if they're dealing with containers. So here you can see some of those operatives at work. So this is moving some fruit off a ship coming into Portico. So you can see you've got your crane driver there moving those pallets across, and then you've got your 2 forklift drivers there coming straight in to pick those up and bring them into the refrigerated warehouses. So a wide range of roles there, and real opportunity to come in at a low level and actually work your way up within the port as well. So a very popular role within the port. So a team that works really closely with port operations is the passenger operations team. So in a port like ours, where we deal with lots of passengers that come through, a passenger operations team, so we've got a passenger operations manager who oversees all that side of the operation. So this involves making sure that everyone passes through safely, the security protocols are looked after, and that the customer experience is also up to the required standards. So this means looking after the terminal building, make sure it looks nice, it's got the right range of facilities in there for staff, for all the passengers. So there's lots of opportunities within that sector there for a customer service type of role. And then you've got engineers. So engineers at the port are the people who keep us going. So all the plant, vehicles, service boats, and general infrastructure, lighting, everything across the port. We have in-house engineers that help look after and make sure that those things are carry on working. So here's an example here, just coming up. So you've got a wind blade coming in there to be discharged onto the quayside at Portico. So engineers will be on hand to make sure that those the cranes are working, are maintained properly, and if there was a breakdown for any reason, they'll be on site to make sure that they could get those cranes up and running as quickly as possible, because you've got to be very, very acutely aware of tides and the fact that ships have other places to go as well. So there's not, people can't hang around for a long time waiting for their loads to be looked after while you do a repair. So you need to work quickly. So there's mechanical engineers, civil engineers, electrical engineers. So we've had civil engineers working on our recent berth extension over on the cruise and ferry port, which we'll talk about more in a minute. And then, so also within the port, you've got lots of jobs that you also see in other industries. So for example, we've got administration staff, we've got our own finance team. Health and safety is incredibly important in a marine environment. And then there's communications and marketing people like myself, who make sure that updates go out onto social media and people know about the port and produce all the marketing materials or the brochures, get photography arranged. And then you've also got business development teams, which are incredibly important. So we've got a business development manager at the port who works very closely with the business development team at Portico. So they're always out there looking for new opportunities, travelling to different countries to try and talk to people from different businesses to show them that Portsmouth is a really good option for them to be able to bring their business. There's also personnel related roles, so human resources, looking after people, and also IT as well. The smart ports are becoming a really, really big thing with small portable computers within machinery, helping get people to work in the most effective way possible. So the IT element of the port is one that's really, really growing. So lots and lots of different roles, and also it's just worthwhile mentioning that Portico have a customs agency. So it's something that we is going to really, really grow in the coming years, because they've been dealing with for many years, because we have shipments from all around the world coming in that we need to make sure we've got the right paperwork. But vacancies in the industry are going to increase rapidly. All goods coming from the European Union will require customs clearance from the 1st of January 2021. So there's going to need to be well-trained people that can deal with these people and help businesses get this stuff done. So that's a real area of growth that will be coming in the next few years. So I thought it'd be good to give you a real-world example of some of how all these roles work together to undertake a successful operation at the port. So recently we had the Majesty of the Seas come in. So it's a large cruise vessel. So it was the largest one that we've ever handled. The first one to use our new extended cruise berth. So it came in to repatriate some crew and to restock on stores. So who was involved to bring it to the port? So before she even arrived, you got to think about, well, how did Royal Caribbean know about us? Well, that is the work of the marketing teams and the business development team. So it's the marketing team getting the name out there, then it's the business development team, working their contacts, trying to make sure that people know about the port, as mentioned earlier. So and making sure they have the confidence they can bring their ship in to Portsmouth and we'll take care of it safely. And then we've also, because mentioning the new extended cruise berth, so making sure that that was ready on time. So the civil engineers at the ports, the port project manager and our head of engineering, working with contractors to make sure that the ship could come in safely and the berth was ready. So now you can see in this video, you can see the ship coming into the harbour, past the 2 aircraft carriers. So now doing a turn. So this is our marine pilot. So aboard that was one of our marine pilots, Nick, along with the harbour master, Ben, who navigated that turn in, coordinating themselves with the tugs. And then you bring it alongside. So then you've got your key assistant working with the berthing master to make sure it's moored up safely, and then attaching all the gangplanks and making sure that it's safely moored against the quayside. And then you move on, and then once this ship wasn't carrying passengers at the time, but there were crew that needed to leave, and crew went on some shore leave, and also some were going off the port. So then that's our passenger operations manager, who's then coordinating with staff on the ship to make sure the security protocols are all followed. Then there's also sort of health protocols because of coronavirus as well, to make sure there's no issues there. There's also another role for the marketing team within this to make sure that we got all the correct footage, arrange for the drone operator to come in to take the photography and the video content, record all that. Then our finance team need to make sure that the cruise operator are invoiced. Health and safety staff need to make sure that things are all done properly, and personnel teams make sure that staff are kept safe as well. So as you can see, for what seems like just a ship coming into the port, there are so many different people involved that to make it happen. And as someone who's personally only worked in the maritime sector now for a year and 3 months, but my main experience of the maritime sector was living quite near the sea. But it's a really, really interesting sector to work within, and I would really recommend it. So, even if you're not looking at one of those sort of very, very specific roles, maybe like becoming a marine pilot or port operations, or but to become an engineer and work within the port, or work in marketing and work at a port, there's always different stuff happening, and there's a lot of there's never a dull day, and it's a real growth industry, and within this industry, with the British Ports Association, there's a camaraderie amongst ports as well. So I would definitely recommend it. Maritime UK have got lots of resources when it comes to it, and also British Ports Association are worth checking out to look into the careers sector more within the port industry. So yes, I hope that was useful. It's sort of a brief overview. If you've got any questions, then by all means send them to port.communications@portsmouth-port.co.uk, and I will drop you a line.
Good afternoon, and thank you everyone for joining us. I'd like to introduce Mark Weaver, who will now be able to talk to you about career opportunities within Innuserv. As before, if you've watched any or if you're new to this, please do post any questions to the right of YouTube in the top chat, and then we'll come to them at the end, Mark, and I'll be able to ask those questions. So thank you ever so much for joining us, and I'll pass over to you.
Thank you, Chloe. Hi, everybody. I hope you can hear me. I hope you can see the presentation I have here. Unfortunately, due to technical issues, I'm unable to share the videos at the minute, but I might be able to share some at the end. My name is Mark Weaver. I'm a project manager at INS, and what I'm going to do today is discuss a project I'm working on at the minute regarding decommissioning one of our vessels, the Oceanic Pintail, and kind of give it flavour of what we're doing and where we're up to so far, and some of the kind of things we have a little bit different to our organisation because we deal with the movement of nuclear material. So let's start. So first of all, there are various stages to decommissioning a vessel. It depends upon the vessel type, but there's some key core areas you want to look at. One is the scope of the work, what you're dealing with. Identify who's involved. Carry out your preliminary works before the vessel leaves. You may want to take certain items off there. You may want to get paperwork off there, anything of kind of a sensitive nature. Then you need to find a recycling facility. Because we are an EU owner, we have to follow the rules regarding selecting a yard that is on the EU list. And usually the way for that is usually tender out for that work. There's then the voyage to the recycling facility. Now that is either by tow, which we will be doing for the Oceanic Pintail, or the crew deliver the vessel. Then the vessel is broken up and waste disposed of, trying to get the highest recycling rate possible. And then at the end, you have a certificate of disposal and verification of your recycling percentage. And all that is kind of covered by class and monitored by class. Currently, with the Oceanic Pintail, we are still in long-term layout, which means we don't have any crew on board. We're currently waiting for our tender process to be completed. But some of the work we have carried out is, and I'll go into detail shortly, is getting the vessel prepared for going to long-term layout, setting up security inspection routines whilst the vessel is in long-term layout. I want to cover a few areas where we have differences, such as the difference with decommissioning an INF3 vessel, which means it can carry nuclear material. Difference with decommissioning a publicly owned vessel, which the Oceanic Pintail is. It is owned by the Nuclear Decommissioning Authority, which is a department of the government. And finally, the impacts of COVID-19. What's that had? What have we had to do differently? So regarding getting the vessel prepared for long-term layout, you have to make sure that if you're not sailing the vessel and it's going on towage, you want to try and get rid of as much of the waste items as possible. For us, that is disconnecting gases, refrigerants, CO2, draining oil out of equipment, getting the oils, fuels out the engines, cranes, etc. Because that would have to be dealt with by the shipyard. And sometimes actually doing it yourself does save some money. We also have to drain out all the fluid lines, isolate equipment so it can't be used. However, we do leave some equipment available because we'll need that for towage. And obviously for keeping certain lights on whilst we're carrying out inspections on a weekly basis. And leaving the vessel in a safe, clean condition and secured to the quayside. Obviously, as what sides go up and down, depending on if you're in a fixed dock, etc. There's obviously, you need access to your mooring winches to make adjustments for that. Now, managing long-term layup. The vessel is secured to a quayside and we have 24-hour access control put in place. That is part of ISPS regulations, but also It's regarding our own peace of mind that nobody's going to go on board. We've had to set up a generator to power the key equipment, such as windlasses, etc., and lights. We have to have facilities for security guards to make sure, whilst they're on duty, they can have breaks, etc. And obviously, ability to kind of store documentation while it's being processed, as to go into archive or being securely disposed of through shredding. And it's quite surprising how much paperwork there is in a ship to deal with. And some of it you do have to keep for legal reasons. We've also put water line marking triangles on the actual front and the aft of the vessel. That's to kind of give us an indicator if there's any issues going on with the ballast, any leaks, if the ship's taking on water. What we have is the security guard goes round on a regular basis and checks those. And we have emergency procedures in place should anything such as the vessel is going out of ballast, it comes unmoored, fire occurs, things like that, to cover us just in case. So the security guard knows who to contact and we know what to do in the event of that. Also, we've removed a lot of the oils, chemicals and paints and special waste such as batteries. Obviously, the ship is going to be a lot of batteries, a lot of big batteries as well. Again, all that, taking it off in a combined manner, should save us money going forward when the ship's getting recycled. Because the vessel will be under tow, we're having to have the rudders locked and the shafts locked. That's just so, that's part of the requirements for towage. And there are various others as well when it comes to that. Now, the difference between a normal vessel and an IR3 vessel is a lot to do with the equipment on board and the cargo it's carried. Because we are moving radioactive nuclear material, we do have extensive records of our check from when a cargo goes on, from when a cargo is taken off, and everything's monitored and logged. So we have quite an extensive library of historical records. We've also got the recent records from the last cargo it's undertook. That gives it, from a desktop view, a good picture as to verifying there shouldn't be any activity on board. The fact that the way we operate as well, where we have depth of security and safety, where materials carried in packages, in an outer package and in a container, that gives that assurance that we don't have any material leaking out. However, we do an extensive check of the cargo areas and the areas where cargo could have been and people handling that cargo could have been throughout the ship, and we do a final sweep down of the vessel. We also have specialist hold cooling equipment and monitoring equipment for that, and obviously that needs decommissioning, particularly if the gas is in there as well, refrigerant. We need to kind of get those out. We also, for the kind of the nature of the material we carry, we have specialist equipment that we have to remove due to the sensitivity of it. Obviously, I can't go into the details of that. We also get checks carried out by the Civil Nuclear Constabulary to check all their equipment has been removed and there is no sensitive information on board to be discovered by somebody who shouldn't have that information. There's also a difference with the fact that the vessel is owned by the taxpayer. And what that means is that, one, we have to make sure money is spent wisely. But we also need to follow government procurement rules. And these are extensive rules regarding how we conduct procurement and making sure it's as transparent and fair as possible. Currently, we have to follow the official Journal of the European for this, where we have to disclose everything regarding the vessel, the tender, and any questions anybody asks or anything we answer has to be open to each of the tenderers and also to the public. Now, COVID-19 has had quite an effect on how we've decommissioned the vessel this time. We have decommissioned about 5 vessels historically. This time, though, we had a bit of a particular issue with the fact that because we had a crew on board, we couldn't put contractors on board to do works because the crew were being treated as a social bubble. So as soon as a crew change happens, that once that crew's been on there for 2 weeks, you know that they're clean, there's no COVID on board, and what you don't want to do is introduce that to them. So where we would normally get contractors coming in, taking specialist equipment off, we were unable to do that. So we worked with the crew to actually remove a lot of that equipment. And because they are maintainers of that equipment as well, they have the skills to be able to get that off, but also support a lot of the work regarding draining engines, etc., bringing the fuel, making sure that all the equipment on there was kind of empty. Once the crew did come off, which is around about mid-June, we had a small selection of crew to carry out what we call the mop-up works, which is basically just to remove the hotel services because the crew needed the galley, they needed water for the bathrooms, etc., to be maintained whilst they're on there. So as soon as most of the crew came off, a small selection stayed on and kind of closed the ship down for where we're at now in long-term layoff. Now this did give us the benefit that we did obviously have to bring specialist contracts in there, so we actually saved a bit of money for the taxpayer. Also regarding access for COVID-19, now you can see from restaurants, pubs, shops, they've all had to do things differently. That's no different for us. We've had to set up cleaning stations before going on the vessel so people can clean before they go on and go off. People have to wear the normal PPE, but they also have to wear gloves, masks, etc. We've also set up a segregation of facilities with contractors and security. So our security will have their own cleaning facilities and toilet facilities, but contractors and ourselves will have a different set so that as the security guards are using their area, there's no chance of a contractor coming on and spreading that. We've also looked at how we manage contractors on board on a daily basis, and we've looked at the areas they're working in, and if a particular area had to be used by 2 contractors, then what we'd look to do is one contractor accesses at the beginning of the week and the second contractor will access at the end of the week. Therefore, if there is anything contamination passed on there for COVID, then that should die off. Also during this time as well is, as part of our emergency procedures, we do contact the fire brigade to make sure that they're aware that it is a ship without a crew, so there's nobody on board, and also give them the opportunity for familiarisation with the ship because they don't get the opportunity usually to do this. They did ask us could they carry out an exercise to train people because they're not normally used to having a ship available where they could send in people with breathing apparatus, etc., and get that experience, but it's quite different from a building. We carried that out a good few weeks ago, and that was a real success. They took a lot of learning from that, and it gave the crews that opportunity to get the feel for how things would be if they had to tackle a firearm evacuation from a vessel. And that's it from me. Thank you for listening. If you have any questions, please give me, please shout out.
Hi Mark, that's great. Thanks ever so much. Yeah, please post any questions in the right-hand box on the chat function if you've got any questions for Mark. I have a question, Mark. Obviously you spoke about that, which is really interesting. In terms of getting into this industry and getting into to actually your organisation, what would that mean for a young person, and how would they go about that?
There are various routes. We do apprenticeships. We also do the graduate scheme. There is a kind of a global nuclear decommissioning authority graduate scheme that if you go onto the NDA website, you can look at the details of that. And what the NDA is doing is it then uses that scheme for all the various nuclear sites, all the supporting subsidiaries such as INS for the ships and DRS for the trains, you can get onto the apprenticeship scheme. And again, depending on what your career choice is, there are various routes to get experience. And the good thing about those graduate schemes is, if you came in with INS, you would do a 2-year graduate scheme, but you probably only do about 6 to 12 months with INS. You'll be encouraged to go into other areas of the organisation to actually broaden your experience and your knowledge and get experience so you can utilise it in the role you're dealing with. I know I brought a graduate in a good number of years back, and he's still with us. He's actually a project manager. But when he came in, he did a session in one of the nuclear sites. But he also went to Australia as well and did a 6-month session with a company called ANSTO, which is Australian Nuclear Authority.
Okay, that's great. And obviously you speak about people coming in on particular paths. Is there sort of a particular college course or university course that people would normally take before they start working with you, or is it varied?
It varies, depends on the skills we have and actually need. Obviously, we have PNTL as well, which is a company that we have a large ownership in, which they have 3 vessels, and they do a lot of the nuclear transports for our Japanese customer. But usually what we're looking for, it could be a whole array of things. The nuclear parts, we know a lot of them can teach, but it's the core skills, obviously, from a career choice that we can enhance with that. So whether that's admin, or we've got cadets coming in, because we have a cadet program with PNTL, whether it's from the graduate scheme, and we're looking for engineers, commercial people, health and safety people. We have a wide array of careers available.
Yeah, no, that's brilliant. Thanks ever so much, Mark. Just thinking about that. So if anyone wants to find out any more information about your organisation, that's on your website?
Yes, that's innuserv.com, INNUSERV.com.
Okay, brilliant. Okay, Mark, well, thanks ever so much for your time today. It's been great. And thank you everyone for listening. And we will speak to you all later.
Thanks, everyone.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for joining us on our Maritime UK Solar Virtual Live Careers Fair. I'm really pleased to welcome Tom, who is from HR Wallingford, and he is going to talk to you about the careers within the industry that he works in. Also, as before, if you've already logged in before, then please do post any questions in the chat box to the right. But if you're new to this, you will see a chat function at the right hand of the screen on YouTube. Please encourage you to ask any questions in there, and then I can relay them to Tom at the end. So I'll hand over to you. Thanks ever so much, Tom, for joining us.
Thank you very much. So, as Chloe says, my name's Tom Mathewson. I work for HR Wallingford. The HR, despite this being a careers event, does not stand for human resources. It stands for hydraulics research. And we are a company of about 250 people based in Wallingford near Oxford, working with a whole array of clients who are interested in planning new or improving existing projects that are in the water environment. Particularly for this forum, we help clients all over the world with projects in the marine environment, or the marine and coastal environment. So that might be flood and coastal protection and understanding flood and coastal risk, beach management and developments on the coastline, which might be housing or tourism or port developments. And also, of course, increasingly now, the marine renewable energy business is a major part of what we do in terms of helping clients worldwide. And of course, here in the UK, we're a global leader as a country in offshore wind. So what I'm going to do in the next 20-25 minutes is just give you a little bit of a feel for what actually does what does a career actually involve in work when working in the what I've sort of grouped together as the marine science and engineering field. So there's HR Wallingford is just one of many consultants in the UK who provide these kinds of services. So there's a huge array of opportunities in broadly speaking, the marine science and engineering world. So I'm just going to give you a little bit of a flavour of what we do at HR, but I think in some respects, although we think we're special, it's typical of the sector as a whole. So what does marine science and engineering actually involve? A lot of the job, starting from the graduate upwards, involves understanding complex problems. There's a huge amount of different factors at play when one's dealing with projects in the marine environment. Got some examples of that. Also involves working with some of the most advanced computer and other laboratory tools in the world, because there are some very significant forces at play when one's working in the marine environment. And it's obviously critical to understand those as best we can. Also, we work with data, so both collecting data about the marine environment and analysing it and using that information to solve some of the problems that I've just touched upon. But the softer side of things is also critical in consultancy generally, but in this field as much as any. Being able to communicate with colleagues, with clients, understand their problems and discussing with them what the solutions might be, and also dealing with the other, what we call stakeholders, who might be interested in or have a concern about a project one's helping to design for a client. And obviously, I would say it's interesting, but it's most people in this field are passionate about what they do and really enjoy working with colleagues and clients to find the best solutions. So to try and illustrate that, I've got go to the next slide, little animation. So will this run? So this is an example, hopefully this is coming through okay, of a project that we've recently, or is nearing completion at Aberdeen, where Aberdeen is one of the most important ports in the UK, and they have a major expansion program underway at the moment to build basically a new port to cope with the amount of shipping activity that they foresee there in the long term. So if you imagine with a facility like this, there's a whole range of complex issues to consider, from the size of ships and how they can safely navigate in, what depth of water they need, how they interact with each other, what sort of structure do we need to protect those ships from, let's play that again. What sort of structures such as breakwaters do you need to keep those ships safe? And all these sorts of decisions, and that means understanding what the wave conditions will be for the next 50 years or longer. So all of those things have profound implications on the cost and feasibility of. So a lot to consider, and many of those aspects we've been helping Aberdeen with, and many other clients involved as well. So that's just a typical kind of project that you could be working on if you're involved in this sort of field. Stop that. Ooh. The other, obviously, maybe it's obvious, well, I hope it is, fundamental aspect of the marine and coastal environment is everything we do really needs to be underpinned by an understanding of water, particularly how it behaves in the open environment. This is a slightly unusual example where we've been working with a with a research project to look at or better understand how water flows behave around an offshore deep sea seamount, which is kind of like an underwater mountain, because these kinds of areas are being considered for deep sea mining. And before that kind of thing can happen, it's important to understand what the effects might be, how sediment that's disturbed during that process of mining might disperse, and therefore the environmental effects that could flow from it. So those kinds of things mean, those kinds of concerns mean one needs to have the tools to understand how water will behave, and the particles, whether that's pollutants or just sand and muds, are distributed as a result of human activities. So as well as problem solving, another aspect of this kind of career is being able to understand how to apply these kinds of sophisticated tools, what data they need, how to keep them fed with the right information so that you can then interpret the results and provide good advice on the implications of this kind of project. Computer science has had a profound effect on this field. This is a shot from the early 1970s, and this was considered state of the art at the time. Got punch cards, and that was the state of the art in terms of using computer technology at that time. And as computer technology has improved and increased in power, so our abilities to resolve and understand marine processes and oceanography have also improved. And I'm sure as your careers develop, so what we consider now as high performance computing will be considered in the same light as we see this kind of technology today. I particularly love all the paper just pouring out the back there. That's fantastic. This obviously doesn't exist anymore, but well, I should say this kind of computer power in this whole room would probably be the equivalent of a fairly average desktop or laptop computer nowadays. So that's that gives you an idea of how things change. What do we do now? So what would rather than using punch cards and paper spewing out of a computer, we're now more in this kind of world where we use three-dimensional modeling to predict the behavior of water and the forces it can exert on structures, so that one's able to both visualize but also quantify those kinds of processes and the forces, so that you're able to design. This might be an offshore wind structure or a supporting pile for a port, a port structure. And we can do things like look at the force exerted, understand the flow velocities in 3 dimensions in ways that were scarcely imaginable when that previous photo was taken. Another key development that's been a process of evolution is virtual reality. And it's been another aspect of what we do at HR Wallingford, although there are plenty of other organisations that are also offering services in this kind of area. And here we have what I find easiest to describe as it's the equivalent of an aircraft simulator, but for ships. Here we've got a colleague here. He is navigating a tugboat in a virtual environment in a port that is under development. So we're able to design ports and understand how ships and the people who work on them can interact before those ports are built, so we can confirm that they're safe, that they're feasible to operate before obviously the huge amounts of money are invested to build those ports. This is a mineral, an iron export terminal in Australia, I think. So this kind of technology is improving all the time. Since this photo was taken, we've got simulators that have even better visual screens and that kind of thing. We use these kinds of tools for design purposes, but of course, not so much us, but other consultants might use these, or clients might use these for training purposes. So to train skippers and masters on how to use or how to maneuver either ships they're unfamiliar with or ports they're unfamiliar with in a safe environment. Talked a little bit about the tools that are underpinned by computer technology. I should say that that's still an important part of what we do in the marine world. It's still based on physical, real-life experiments. And that's partly because, notwithstanding the huge developments in computer science, there are still some processes, particularly wave development and propagation, that is very hard to represent in 3 dimensions, especially in computers. The computer power just isn't there to conduct large-scale experiments of that, especially. So what we still use, I've got a couple of examples here, are full-scale, not full-scale, scale, but very large laboratory facilities for testing the effects of waves, especially, but in this case, waves and sediments on offshore wind structures, for example. So I'm just going to let this video run for a minute or two because there's some animations here, but also some explanatory text that will pop up that will explain a little bit more about what this kind of tool involves. So you can see here there's a structure shown in the facility, and this is an offshore wind pile, and this is a key part of the work we do at the moment, is advising clients on how things like scour holes will develop around offshore wind structures, and therefore how they can be, those kinds of issues can be either prevented or managed if they do arise for unforeseen reasons. So this is the largest, this is in Wallingford in our labs here, and this is one of the largest facilities in the world, and there are scientists using this daily, even in the present times, to look at the effects of waves and sediments on offshore wind structures. The other type of physical experiment that we conduct, and is an important part of the work we do, is that was the structure I just showed you. The testing facility is what's called a flume, so it's kind of about 3 or 4 meters wide. It's still a cross section. This is what we might call a 3-dimensional physical model, where we construct a whole port and look at the effects of waves and sediments and on the wave climate, and therefore the behavior of ships that are moored in those ports or trying to navigate in those ports. So this is an example, and again, I'm just going to let this run for a minute or two because it's quite a nice time-lapse video with some annotations explaining it better than I can. So here the bathymetry is being constructed, and obviously this is the seabed shape is being constructed here prior to building the port itself. So then, without the proposed port in place, we then develop and test the existing wave conditions to check that it matches reality. Now you can see the scale port being constructed. Obviously, this is a very labour-intensive part of the experiment. Building the breakwaters, making sure everything is exactly in proportion. So then we bring in the ships themselves with testing devices, and we're able to test the behaviour of those ships inside, well, particularly inside the port, the new port, to confirm that the multi-million-pound breakwaters will actually do what they need to do in terms of preventing too much ship movement on the berth, which obviously has safety as well as cost implications. So a lot of work goes on into then having constructed the port in scale, then testing the conditions and measuring them using delicate measuring devices and laser technology and that kind of thing to look for movement in the breakwaters. I think that probably is enough of that. You can see the general concept of what's involved. I think this is actually an important point that's just been made on that annotation, that making changes at this stage in terms of design to improve the what we call the performance of the scheme, as in the ability of the scheme to protect ships in the port. It's much cheaper and cost effective to do that in a laboratory like this than build a £50 million breakwater and then have to change it because it's not doing what it needs to do. Okay, I think I'll stop that one there. One of the things I mentioned at the outset was that fundamentally we rely on data, and there are a whole array of careers involved in the collection of marine and coastal data, water depths, flows, waves, conditions, all that kind of thing, sediments. And we do a little bit of that as well. More often than not, we're using surveys collected by specialist survey companies. But then once we conduct the kinds of experiments I just showed you, whether that's in the computer, as it were, or in the laboratory, we're then collecting output data from those experiments to then inform the improvements or confirmation of the design. Something that we have been doing, though, is we've developed our own tools such as this in collaboration with our clients, such as the Environment Agency, to collect data using remote. You could think of these as drones, really. These are little remote controlled survey vessels. I think this will run. Let's see what happens. So there are a whole wealth of careers that kind of sit alongside what we do, but we do a little bit of ourselves involved with being out in the field and actually collecting real data. So this little boat is enabling us surveyors from the riverbank to collect information on flow speeds and water depth and that kind of thing. Also, it's worth saying that there's a strong research and development aspect to this kind of consultancy. We've been recently spending a lot of effort on understanding how animals behave in the water environment, and that's taken us into the field of modeling biological systems. So this is a very simple, quick example of this, just more of fun than anything else, to illustrate the kind of thing where we're trying to develop expertise and understanding of how biological systems such as fish respond and move in relation to external influences, which might be the things we do, man does in the environment, or humankind does in the environment. Or in this case, just to illustrate the point, the model has put in it this little red shark into the fish tank to illustrate how different we can assign different properties to different types of fish and how they respond. Nearly done. I did want to, although I've talked a lot about technology, this is, as I said at the outset as well, this communication is absolutely key. Our work has no value at all if we can't communicate it and explain and understand the implications of what we're doing, but also understand the problem we're trying to solve and work with others to find solutions. And so, as well as having very advanced tools and specialist scientists who deal with those, we also have space for people whose skills are more on perhaps the softer side of dealing with other people and working with them to find solutions. Just very quickly to wrap up, as this is a careers event, I thought I probably ought to just say what's the type of qualifications people have. Generally, if I look around the office, most people have a scientific degree or engineering degree. Generally, it might be in oceanography, or some of the modelers have more of a mathematical or physics background. Obviously, civil engineers, naval architecture background to the staff who are involved in the ship simulation type work I mentioned, and environmental science in terms of working with using these tools to understand the effects on the environment of the kinds of projects we're talking about here. One final quick slide, if there's time. It was to say that one of the things I've enjoyed the most about this career is that it's very often international. We have, I think, about 27 different nationalities working at HR Wallingford, but our clients and where their projects are can be all over the world. And you can be dealing with 2 or 3 different parts of the world in a single day in terms of the sorts of projects you're involved in. And that makes for a very interesting and rewarding career at a personal level, alongside obviously the technical interest and challenges that are involved. So that concludes the presentation. So very happy to take any questions in any time that's remaining.
Lovely, thanks ever so much, Tom. That was really interesting. We did have one question in the chat, and I know did to James, but he has asked, how can schools, colleges, cadet units get to visit your site, obviously post-COVID, when things are back and open to us visiting?
So we happily host school visits and also cadets visits. It's more than happy to take any requests for school visits, and I can see what we can do. I should also say, in terms of work experience, we do take particularly PhD students and master's students on work placements in normal circumstances, and at any one time we will have 10 or more PhD or master's students working in the building on projects or their own research.
Okay, great. And I think we're going to share that on one of our web pages, who to contact in regards
yes,
to.
I think that's,
yeah. If people just look out for that and visit the web pages that will be sent out following this, following today's live streams. But that is pretty much everything, Tom. We're literally on the nose for timing. Great, thanks ever so much. We really appreciate all of your time, and we really enjoyed listening. And thank you again.
No problem. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Kutchu, Lewis, Connor Cadet will see Mariana, Neve, Adrian, Emily, Charlie.
15.
11, 12. We're 12.
Man si Manchester.
Kutchu, Lewis, Connor Cadet will see Mariana, Neve,
Adrian,
Emily, Charlie.
15.
11, 12.
We're 12. Man si Manchester.
Outgoing. Sunt ambițioasă, muncesc greu și sunt prietenoasă. Handsome, excitable,
Cheeky. Polite. Trying to be creative sometimes.
independent, ambitious,
Dramatic.
courageous,
Not selfish.
happy, loud, interesant, the people, amazing,
Loyalitatea.
life changing, supportive,
You make great friends.
challenging, it's a home away from home,
Community.
opportunities, thrilling, very, very wonderful,
Makes you feel proud.
challenging, phenomenal. So it's just my face. Can we retake that shot? That was like rubbish.
I do love that video. Hi, my name is Daniel McAllister. I'm Director of Fundraising and Communications for Sea Cadets. Welcome. This is a video that Maritime UK have asked us to put together just to explain a little about who we are, what Sea Cadets is all about, but also give a little bit of an understanding as to what it all could lead to. The prospects and opportunities of the maritime sector that lead from being a cadet are pretty amazing. So the best way for me to do that, I think, is to invite a colleague of mine, Lieutenant Commander Vicky Marson, who heads up the careers pathway within our brand new tool for all cadets. It is the Sea Cadet portal, essentially an app. It is the Sea Cadet experience in every cadet's pocket. And I'll let her say a few words. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Vicky Marson. I've been asked to talk to you today by Maritime UK as an employee of the Marine Society and Sea Cadets, and as my role as a portal pathway manager for the Sea Cadets portal, and also for someone who's very proud to be one of the many volunteers who give their time to the Sea Cadets. Sea Cadets is the UK's leading national maritime youth organisation. It currently has around about 15,000 young people aged between 10 and 18 years of age. These are split into 3 cohorts: Sea Cadets, Royal Marines Cadets, and Junior Sea Cadets. We have 403 units that are located across England, Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland, Isle of Man, the Channel Islands, and we even have units in Bermuda and Malta. We have 9,000 friendly trained volunteers, some like myself from a naval background, others not at all, but everyone bringing with them valuable life experience. Our platform, the Sea Cadets Experience, is built on the customs and traditions of the Royal Navy, which is delivered through our core values: honesty and integrity, self-discipline, respect, loyalty, commitment and courage. It inspires our commitment to support and work in helping to launch young people for life. This just means that being a Sea Cadet gives you the experiences, adventures and even qualifications to prepare you for success ahead in life. We've just launched our new and exciting digital platform, the Sea Cadets portal. It's like our own social network, and it helps us support our cadets directly, each building their own journey. The portal empowers our cadets by giving them access to a huge amount of information, such as news feeds, their current status and their personal Sea Cadets experience, as well as sight of future possibilities, not just within Sea Cadets, but also for their career after they age out at 18. Many of these opportunities can help cadets achieve skills which are transferable into the maritime sector through courses such as marine engineering, catering and stewarding, seamanship, navigation, first aid, leadership training, including skills which are further developed via practical experience aboard our inshore and offshore fleets. Cadets training is also further enhanced through STEM and Duke of Edinburgh Awards, BTECs and other cadet vocational qualifications. We're continually reviewing the quality of information that supports and sets our young people on a career path with competence and confidence, as we're in the process of adding the careers information into our portal. This will give our cadets the opportunity to view at an early stage and allow them to start to prepare a pathway for their brighter future. If you want to learn more about Sea Cadets, you can visit our webpage at www.sea-cadets.org. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Vicky. Certainly a lot for people to process. So I think what we really need at this point is to hear from one of our cadets, a very special cadet, one of our top-tiered cadets throughout the country, what we call a First Sea Lord cadet. And Cadet Sergeant Laurel from London area would like to share a few words about what she thinks of Sea Cadets now.
Why is the Sea Cadets cool? For starters, you get to do so many different courses and activities. You could do things like aviation, where you get to fly planes, communication information systems, and marine engineering, where you get to do all that techie stuff with radios and engines. Then you have boating courses and qualifications, which include things like sailing, paddle sport, rowing, and power boating. Those are so much fun. As well as that, you can even go international. You can go on things like international exchange or offshore voyages, where you get to go to other countries, different continents, whether around Europe or even further around the world. But most importantly, you get to make so many friends and form lifelong connections. You could be friends with your cadets, and you can even meet so many staff members and amazing people who really, really look after you. You go to so many events in London and around the UK. And on top of that, there really is something for everyone. You've got the fun things, and you've even got those courses that will give you stuff for later on in life. The Sea Cadets really is cool. We have the best uniform too. But most importantly, you get to do all the things that you'd hoped for, and you get to travel and have fun while you're at it. So have fun while doing things like boating, you get to fly planes, you can even do absolutely anything, rock climbing, diving's on the table. You could do absolutely anything if you put your mind to it. And that is what makes the Sea Cadets cool.
Well, thank you very much, Cadet Sergeant Laurel, who's not only a First Sea Lord cadet, but also one of our Royal Marines cadets. So very impressive. I would like to say thank you for joining us today. Thank you for following the series with Maritime UK. I hope you found this episode interesting, found out a little bit more about Sea Cadets, what we have to offer, not just in terms of adventure today on the water for young people, but the prospects available to them for the future. What the maritime sector has to hold, our young people need to be prepared for. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to another series of interesting careers talks this afternoon from Maritime UK and Sun LEP. This afternoon, we have 4 guest speakers from Lloyd's Register. They are going to tell you about the exciting work that they do at Lloyd's Register, a very old experienced organisation that's been around for 260 years. So first, we're going to have Claire, followed by Kirsten, and then OAB and Janie. So over to you, Claire, to kick off. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I am Claire D'Souza and I run our global employer brand activities at Lloyd's Register. So that essentially means I am responsible for attracting great talent to our organisation and telling everyone why we are a great place to work. So I'm going to talk to you today a little bit about what we do and about our history, and then introduce some of the great people that work here. So to start us off with, who are we? So we are a professional services company and we help to make the world a safer place. So we started off a really long time ago, 260 years ago, making sure that ships were safe enough to sail and to operate. So today we have grown and we are a global company working across 70 different countries with over 60,000 customers and 6,000 employees. We work on some amazing projects around the world. So for example, the world's largest crane vessel, and we help to build ships all over the world too, as well as working with the United Nations because we care about the planet that we live on. Not only that, but we also have our own charitable foundation that gives back and supports projects across the world. And we have a special project that we're supporting in Africa at the moment called Mercy Ships, which are special hospital ships that give free healthcare to some of the poorest communities and people across the world. So why do we do all of this? Well, we have one purpose that drives all of our people every single day, and that's working together for a safer world. So a little bit about our history. So back in the 18th century, there were no standards for the construction or the safe operation of ships. So by making sure that ships were both built and maintained to the right standard, classification means that we can reduce risk and help to prevent the loss of life and property at sea. So this was really why Lloyd's Register was formed. We were founded way back in 1760 and started off as a register society formed by customers in a coffee house, and we employed retired sea captains to inspect vessels, so the ships, calling at 16 different UK ports, and they would then go and classify them according to their condition. We were named after the owner of that coffee house, who was called Edward Lloyd, so Lloyd's Register. And a little bit of a fun fact for you, another company that was formed at the same coffee shop was Lloyd's of London, who are an insurance company. So sometimes people mistake us and think we are an insurance company, Lloyd's of London, rather than who we are, Lloyd's Register. So all the information back then was presented in a really special register of ships, and the very first register book was printed in 1764, and that was published to give both underwriters and merchants an idea of all the vessels, so the ships that they owned, they insured, or they chartered to send out to sea. Since then, we've gone on to certify hundreds of ships around the world. So here are a few of them. So we've got the Savannah, which was built in 1818, and that was a second steamer that we classed, and she was built actually in America and took 29 days to cross the Atlantic and arrive in Liverpool. We've got the Sirius, who was built a few years later in 1837. And actually, this was the very first iron ship that we classed. And iron was such a new material at the time that we classed the ship as being experimental. You might know this one. So this is the Cutty Sark. So we said that this was a composite ship, which means that the ship was made out of wood and iron. And this is a T-clipper. So this ship could sail over 300 miles a day, so a really fast ship. And as today we would say the ship would be as fast as a modern general cargo ship. The Lizzie Leslie was built a few years later in 1870 and was actually the first ship to receive the class notation 100A1. So if you ever hear the phrase A1, that's where that comes from. So we don't only certify ships. We also test chains, cables, and anchors. And with the Titanic, another ship that you might have heard of, we actually tested the Titanic's anchor, but not the ship itself. So this is a picture of the anchor coming out of the dockyard going towards the ship. So today we inspect and certify many things, including nuclear power installations on behalf of governments all over the world and ships from start to finish. So this is a video of the construction of an offshore supply ship. So shipping has evolved with society, and today there are all sorts of different types of ships that address all of the different needs that we have, from tankers and car carriers to cruise liners, container ships, bulk carriers. The global shipping actually transports 90% of the goods that the world consumes today. So our colleagues around the world work with the maritime industry to support the safe ship construction, and we make sure that ships in service are safe. As global sustainability concerns grow, we also help the maritime industry with decarbonisation, and this is something we will continue to support with in the future too. We have some incredible people that work here, so I'm going to hand over to them to talk about their journeys at Lloyd's Register, starting with Kirsten, who joined us as a graduate and became a marine surveyor.
Thank you, Claire. Hi everyone, my name's Kirsten and I'm currently the Executive Assistant to the CEO at Lloyd's Register, a role I've had for the past 18 months. However, prior to this, I was a ship surveyor, both constructing and surveying in operation the extremely large ships you've just seen in the last couple of slides from Claire. My decision to pursue a career in maritime was a deliberate one. I always knew I wanted to study engineering, and I grew up in a family of fishermen and seafarers, so naval architecture seemed a natural choice for me. When I visited university, the naval architecture department was friendly and welcoming, and the enthusiasm of the professors for their subject matter was infectious. This passion for the industry is something that really hooks you in, and I've experienced since day one. I was introduced to Lloyd Register while I was studying. We were using the rules to design ships, and this was something that really interested me, and it led me to apply for a summer placement with them, and that finally led to my career as a ship surveyor. The most exciting part of working with ships is you never know what each day is going to bring. Ships are working in some of the harshest environments in the world, and they need to be able to withstand whatever the weather throws at them. LR plays a key role in ensuring these ships are designed and operated safely, and as a surveyor, we are responsible for upholding these standards. Climbing down the ladders into the structure of a vessel for the first time, you never know what you're going to find. For me, the best part of shipping is the people that you work with every day. It is truly a global industry, which offers the opportunity to work with people from all around the world. As a surveyor, the worst part is definitely the thick, smelly mud found at the bottom of ballast tanks. We can spend hours down there climbing around, and it can be really, really exhausting. I joined LR in 2011 and as part of the graduate program, and my training was extremely diverse. I spent time within the UK, both working on board vessels and within our technical teams in the office. And I also received practical training in welding and machinery maintenance, something that was completely new to me and extremely fun. I've been very fortunate to travel around the world with my job, working throughout Europe, the Middle East, Singapore, and latterly South Korea. I spent some time in Dubai, and exposure to shipyard life there and the enormous tankers and gas carriers I was working on informed my decision to take up a place in Singapore as a surveyor. The ships in Singapore arrive 24 hours a day, and life as a surveyor can often be extremely hectic but extremely rewarding. Working closely with a team of colleagues, we would cover not only the extremely busy shipyards, but also the never-ending stream of vessels that arrive at the anchorage each day. A rite of passage for every young surveyor is their first unsupervised survey. Mine was on an oil tanker anchored off the coast of Singapore. I remember the feeling of excitement and nervousness as I sat on a tiny little boat transporting me out to a huge ship. I climbed the pilot ladder and introduced myself to the captain. When I successfully completed the survey and handed over the signed certificate at the end of the day, it felt like a huge achievement and a massive milestone in my career. Following Singapore, my next move was to South Korea and into the vast new construction shipyards. In the 4 years I worked there, I never tired of watching steel plate being turned into engineering masterpieces. The scale and complexity of the projects I worked on is very difficult to describe. While I was there, I spent a year working with a ship owner, focused solely on the construction of LNG cargo tanks. These are extremely specialist tanks which carry liquid gas at a temperature of minus 163 degrees Celsius. This is cold enough that should a single drop of this liquid escape from the tank and touch the ship's structure, it could cause serious damage, so very, very safety critical. Working together with the shipyards and the designers, it was an extremely proud moment when we finally closed the tanks, waved goodbye to the ship as she sailed away from the shipyard, ready to safely transport her first cargo. The opportunity arose for me then to move back to the UK to become executive assistant to the CEO. While I was very sad to be hanging up my overalls and hard hat, it was too good an experience to let it pass me by. So coming from the shipyard, I've now spent the last 18 months learning how a large multinational company is run and the complexities of difficult decision making. Taking on this role will hopefully prove to be a vital stepping stone for me. As I've progressed throughout my career, I've been supported along the way by some exceptional colleagues, including mentors from within LR who are always ready to provide advice on potential next steps. When I reflect back, I realise how being open to new challenges from the very beginning has got me to where I am today. Being a surveyor taught me not only the technical aspects of ship construction and operation, but also the importance of teamwork and communication, something the shipping industry is so reliant upon. As I look forward, I'm extremely excited for the industry to take on the challenge of decarbonisation and the new technologies that are emerging. One thing is certain, I will continue to be open to whatever opportunities come my way. Thank you for listening to me, and I would like to hand over to my colleague Oegbe, and she's going to share some of her experience of life at LR.
Thank you, Kirsten. So like Kirsten, I actually joined Lloyd's Register on the graduate scheme as well, but on what was slightly different. So at the time when I joined, we had two schemes, one which is mainly marine based, and I actually joined in the energy one. So slightly different, but a couple of years down the line, we've actually merged into one business stream. So we're marine and offshore. When I started school, I had no idea what I wanted to do. I just knew I really liked math. I liked numbers. I like solving problems, and speaking to my mum and some careers advisors, like, right, what can I do with all these? These are random things I like. Can I do something out of this? And engineering stood out to me. So I actually went to university and studied chemical engineering with energy engineering, and yeah, same again, 5 years, did a master's, and still had no clue what I wanted to do with that. So started doing research into different jobs, careers, and I actually stumbled across Lloyd's Register. So I joined the company by accident. I had no clue about how vast and important the maritime industry was, or how old Lloyd's Register is, 260 years, and I'd never, well, 250 at the time, and I'd never heard of this great diverse company. Applied, was lucky enough to get the job, and it was quite nice being on the scheme and getting to try out different things before I decided what I wanted to do. So I did a bit of design, so looking at drawings of, well, mostly vessels, so pressure retaining vessels, and then ships that produce production storage units. And then I did some bits on risk. So like what Kirsten mentioned with the LNG, if you have so much leaks on the structure, it could completely damage it. And then you need to think, how big is that impact going to be? How many people might you hurt? Or how big could that explosion or impact be? And then I started doing surveying. Quite nice to get coveralls on, and I like being practical. I like having a mix of being in the office and being out on site and actually meeting different people. Oh, what do I like about my job? I really like the variety. So you can come in one day, everything's fine, easy, we'll look at some drawings, go out, inspect some equipment on the ship, and then you get some days where everything is just going wrong and you're in problem solving mode. Is how can we fix this? How can we help the clients? And the people you get to meet. So I had the opportunity to work in South Korea, different countries in Europe, and also in Nigeria and West Africa. So being out on some floating production storage units there. So not as cold as the North Sea, so I quite like it, but it's good seeing the variety and how different vessels look this different or the same where they are. So something that stood out for me, a project. So one of the first things I actually did when I joined Lloyd's Register was looking at the design for this container, which holds oil and gas. And fast forward 4 years down the line, and I actually got to see that pressure vessel on this platform be moved from being a drawing into a full-on massive producing FPSO, seeing that get constructed and commissioned in the yard. Best experience of my life, and definitely the most memorable. And one thing that sticks out to me is I was actually, when I finished my graduate scheme, which was about 3 or 4 years down the line, I had this particular job. I was told I was going to do risk consulting. It's great. I love risk. I love numbers. But a week after I was offered that position, it was no longer available within LR. And I just remember being so disappointed and disheartened, but there's so many great people. Spoke to a mentor of mine, and he said, right, we've got this job here. If you're interested, you can try it for a while. If you don't like it, you can move on. And 4 years down the line, I'm technically still here, and I now manage my own team of surveyors. So you just never know what's around the corner. So do be open to opportunities. Some people have a plan of what they want to do, and sometimes you do just stumble into it. So I would say be open to opportunities. You never know what's around the corner, and definitely made me resilient and excited for trying and seeing new things. And just really excited about the industry. Like what Kirsten said, it's changing. I work mostly on energy producing vessels, but we've got the challenge of the energy transition and decarbonisation, and how exciting so much that you can do and get involved in. And I'm going to pass you on to our colleague Jeannie, who deals with brand and marketing for us.
Thank you, Oyegbe. Afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for having me. I'm Jeannie Ivanov. I'm the marketing director for the marine and offshore business stream within Lloyd's Register. So my job is to look after, as Oyegbe says, the brand, which is quite a daunting job, given that it is 260 years old, but also to make sure that we are set up with a strategy for growth for the next 260 years by making sure that we understand the market, what the market's doing, and how we can speak to that market. So I've been here for about 2.5 years, and my background's quite different to the women that you've heard before me. So I'm an arts graduate. I did English literature at university, and I, for various different reasons, after that I did a bit of travelling in Africa, and then I joined the Vodafone graduate scheme at their headquarters in Newbury, where I still live today. I did a few years at Vodafone, and then I spent some time in China, travelling around, and ran my own marketing agency over in China. Came back to the UK, a bit more Vodafone, and then went to Virgin Media. So when I was actually approached by a recruiter on behalf of LR, because they were looking to build out their marketing organisation, make it stronger, and they needed somebody to come in and build that team and create a stronger sort of marketing infrastructure in the business, because for quite a long time we've relied on having that 260-year-old brand to carry us through. Like many people, I didn't know much about Lloyd's Register when I had the interview. I actually first thought of banking and insurance, but I did my research, and the safety and sustainability mission and the history and the value of the brand really interested me, especially because Vodafone and Virgin won't feel like it to you, but they're actually quite young brands. So Vodafone's only been around for about 25 years, Virgin about the same. So it's a very different marketing model, very different way that we speak to our market than jobs I've done before. So the best bit about working for Lloyd's is, and I think my colleagues have mentioned it, I came into Lloyd's with no idea about the world of maritime and how critical it is to global trade, to daily life, and particularly to the UK economy. So we've got a really, really rich maritime heritage in the UK, a really proud heritage, be it through the dockyards, through our navy, shipbuilding that we've done, and now through operation of vessels and classification as we do of vessels. And that's really exciting. 50% of all the food you eat will have come into the UK on a ship. As one of my colleagues said, 90% of all goods and services globally come in, are moved via ships. And the lives of the people who work on those ships and work for the organisations like ours that make sure they can operate correctly are really fascinating. And if you have been interested in what we said today, I'd urge you to go and do a little bit of reading about that world, because it is really fascinating. On that point, the worst moment I've had since I joined the business was very early on. I was in Rotterdam Harbour. I've done some great travel while I've been with LR, and I referred to an enormous 6,000 berth cruise ship as a boat, and was very quickly shot down by one of my colleagues who reminded me that boats sit on the side of ships, so I need to be very careful to make sure that I respect my colleagues and the language of maritime. I learned that very early and made sure that I did. So that's my career sort of thus far, and my journey with Lloyd's. In terms of how I've kind of built that career, I do these days, I've got 2 or 3 good friends who've had similar career paths to me, and I like to bounce ideas or decisions off them. They help me make my decision about leaving Virgin and going to Lloyd's Register. I think sometimes it's easier to be completely honest with friends or maybe family about your motivations and concerns when you're making career choices, but it's definitely important as well to speak to colleagues, find a couple of good mentors in your business or in your life, and speak to them regularly so they really understand the detail of the choices that you're making. And don't discount the advice of your parents. Sometimes I have, because my mum's a teacher, she does something completely different to me, but she sees things that perhaps other people don't see when I'm trying to make decisions about my career, and that applies now just as much as it did when I was in my early career. Excuse me. Also, you know, finding a job that is exciting and that you have variety, and I think is really important. Oyegbe and Kirsten both mentioned they love the variety of their job, so do I. And I also love, you know, solving really big problems with colleagues and with the industry. At the moment, that is definitely the big one, and the project that I'm really enjoying working on is how we ensure that all of the ships that sail in the world today by 2050 are sailing using zero carbon or zero emission fuels. So they reduce their carbon footprint and make sure that we can maintain healthy, clean oceans and address the climate emergency. That is a massive challenge. There are hundreds of thousands of vessels, tens of thousands of vessels in the global world fleets. And at the moment, they run generally on quite dirty, heavy fuel oil. So we're helping along with industry colleagues to make sure that the right fuels and the right ships are there to clean up our oceans and to make sure that we can continue to operate as a clean industry as the world addresses its climate challenge. And with that, I think I'll hand back over to Claire, or maybe to the moderator, but thanks ever so much for having me, and I'm happy to take any questions now.
Thanks, Jeannie. So yeah, that's the end of our presentation. So if you've got time for any questions, then send them our way.
Lovely. A couple of questions, I think probably to all four of you. That's fantastic. You've made engineering sound brilliant, and also very accessible for women to enter into the industry. How does is it an industry that's changing, and is it easier for women to get into this sort of industry? Probably a question for either Kirsten.
Yeah, I'll leave that one to Kirsten. I have views, but I don't have first-hand views.
Yeah, it's a really good question. I have found shipping to be an incredibly inclusive industry to work in. Surprise face when you turn up on a ship, but generally everyone has been extremely welcoming and more intrigued as to why, as a woman, you've chosen to work in maritime than saying anything negative. I'm not sure, Oyegbe, if you had the same experience.
Yeah, I think I would say it's the same. People are quite intrigued in why you've decided to do this, and I think they become quite impressed when you're down there in the tanks or up in the crane with them. It's like, okay, but women can do this as well, so it's fine, and you just become one of the gang actually, which is quite nice.
I would just add, as a slightly different perspective, I think that in Lloyd's Register and in the industry, technical expertise and knowledge and, sorry, my cat does this, and experience speaks louder than anything else. So I think that's why, as Kirsten and Oyegbe say, you can gain that the credibility and be accepted, because they do have that fantastic expertise. That applies in my world as well. I'd say the main challenge in the industry is in a lot of the debates and the panels and the events and the sort of client meetings that I tend to join in with, they are very male dominated. So not specifically the engineering elements of Lloyd's Register, but the industry as a whole. And the only way to change that is to have more women progressing through into senior executive roles. At the moment, I think in maritime as a whole, it's about 3%. So I would really encourage women to not only enter the industry, but to look for opportunities to make sure that their presence and their profile is felt at all levels, actually, of the organisation, to make sure that we get that slightly broader representation in a whole variety of roles, as well as engineering.
Thank you. That's yes. You all four of you are fantastic ambassadors for women in maritime and marine. So thank you for that. One final quick question. You both, engineering one specifically, you both mentioned doing degrees. Is there other routes into the industry that you'd like to highlight for those people that perhaps don't want to do necessarily a degree?
Yes, so there are apprenticeships which are more hands-on and practical. I know for some people they like getting stuck in and actually just doing the job and maybe don't like the university route. So I would definitely recommend having a look at different apprenticeships. Loads of companies run different schemes, or even coming in for a week or shadowing someone. So there are lots of opportunities like that. I don't know if you've got anything to add, Kirsten.
Yeah, I would just say to not discount the career of a seafarer. We used to have a massive seafaring community in the UK, and sadly it's been reducing every year. But the people that I've met on board ships, they really, really love their jobs and they're so passionate about it. And I think if you enjoy the sea and you enjoy being practical, either in an engine room or on the deck navigating, then it's definitely a very exciting career that lets you see the world and progress. One day you could be the captain of a ship.
Lovely, well, thank you. That brings us to a close. Thank you very much. I've certainly learned a lot today, and I hope everybody listening has as well. Thanks very much, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Good afternoon and welcome everybody. The next live broadcast is going to be Hannah Cross, who is a resourcing and onboarding consultant specialising in maritime for Carnival UK. Carnival UK, you might not know, but you might know its other names, which are P&O Cruises and Cunard. The companies have been running for over 180 years, and therefore they are two of the oldest cruise lines in the world. P&O Cruises is the UK's leading cruise line, while Cunard have more international guest base, with guests joining from America, Australia, Japan, France, Germany and Spain, as well as in the UK. So I'm now going to hand over to Hannah, who's going to tell you all about the work that she does and how she got into it. Thank you, Hannah. Over to you.
Thank you. Well, hi everyone. Welcome to today. It's really great to meet you. So what I'm going to talk about today is just about the cadet training program we run. So as has already been introduced, bear with me. So my name's Hannah Cross and I am part of the resourcing and onboarding team for the Maritime team. The Maritime team consists of the deck, the technical, the medical team, and my role is to recruit for the medical team and our future cadets. So Carnival UK is part of the Carnival Corporation, so there may be some brands here that you recognise. So in the UK we run P&O Cruises and Cunard, but you can see on the screen that we also run Princess Cruises, Carnival Cruise Line. In Italy we run Costa Cruises, you may have heard about them going back to sea recently. Also P&O Australia, Germany run AIDA, so you can see that there's quite a few cruise lines in the corporation. This is our head office in Southampton. We are currently not using the office, obviously, because the government has told us to all work from home. But this is our wonderful office. It's very nice inside. And this is the headquarters for Carnival UK. So I mentioned Carnival UK run Cunard line. You can see our three ships here. We have the Queen Mary 2, the Queen Victoria and Queen Elizabeth, and we've got one new ship coming and joining us in 2022. You will have heard in the introduction that Queen Mary 2 is very exclusive. She is the only ocean liner in the world, and she was specifically built to go from Southampton to New York, and sometimes over to Hamburg to New York, every week without fail, regardless of the ocean, the weather in the North Atlantic. So she is very unique in the world of cruising. In terms of P&O Cruises, we have 6 new ships, or 6 ships I should say, and we've just welcomed the 6th ship, Iona, to our fleet last Friday. So you may have heard on the news about Iona. She is and we have her sister ship joining us in 2022. Sadly, they're not sailing at the moment. They're all down in Weymouth, but we do hope that we can sail again soon. So you may be wondering where in the world we do sail. You could say there are very few places we don't sail. So we sail across the Caribbean over the winter period. We do a lot of cruises around Europe, the Far East. So our Cunard ship, Queen Elizabeth, has been over around the Japanese area for a long time, around Australia. You can see that we are in South America as well, and we often go to South Africa as a stop on our world cruises. So you can see South Africa looks very pleasant, lovely and warm. Also Mykonos in Greece, San Francisco, Dubrovnik in Croatia, Sydney Harbour. And so in terms of the cadet programme and how you could be a part of our great organisation, so it's a balanced programme of practical experience and academic instruction. So it is a 3-year programme and it consists of 5 phases. So there are 3 phases where you would do in a university or college, and then 2 phases at sea. Depending on the pathway that you would choose, which we'll come on to in a few minutes, depends on how long you would need to be at sea to pass the accreditation. But one thing that we do offer, because we are a cruise line and we are still going, successful candidates with us who are cadets then have the opportunity to move on into various ranks as a 3rd officer. You can see there that we have a 3rd deck officer, 3rd engineer officer, and a 3rd ETO. To be able to apply, you do have to be 16 years or over, with the caveat that your first time at sea, you would have to be 17. A lot of companies, they say you have to be over 18, but for us, you can apply at the age of 16. So you might be finishing your GCSEs, for example, in June, July next year, and you are eligible already to apply. There is no upper age limit as well on applications. So if you are going through a career change or something like that, we also welcome all ages. Our pathways are a HND or a foundation degree. So we do have some entry requirements to apply to become part of the HND. You do have to have a minimum of 4 GCSEs at grades 4 to 9, and that does include maths, English and science or equivalent. With the science, if you choose to do your sciences separately, the one that we look for is physics. If you are looking to join us on a foundation degree, you have to have an A-level or level 3 equivalent with a minimum of 120 UCAS points or 48 UCAS tariffs. Some things to consider if you are looking to apply. The other things that we do like to see on your application are things like the Duke of Edinburgh Award, or maybe the RYA or the Royal Yacht Association qualifications. There's a particular qualification that's called the Powerboat Level 2 qualification. I recently did that, and that was wonderful. You get to go really fast on boats and things like that. It's quite good fun if you're a bit of an adrenaline junkie. The other things we quite like are other cadetships that you may have done, whether that's a Sea Cadet or an Army Cadet. And if you're a bit older and you have the opportunity, jobs are also great, and that's any job. I'm not necessarily looking for a specific career path. If you, for example, have had a job in McDonald's, excellent. McDonald's are crazy busy, and if you can deal with working in a McDonald's, for example, then you can pretty much deal with quite a lot of things. The academic training centres that we work with are the 3 that you can see. So Warsash Maritime Academy down in Southampton, the City of Glasgow College, and Fleetwood Nautical Campus in Blackpool. So I mentioned about the different pathways that we run. So there's 3 different pathways. The first one is a deck officer. Now, a deck officer is what you would expect to do potentially. It's working on the deck. For example, the captain would have gone through this path, and they will be the ones that steer the ship, and they'll do the lookouts and all that kind of thing. So they'll be specifically on the deck of a ship. And there you can see the route to become a captain. So you would start as a cadet and then you'd work through the officers. You might choose to go to a safety officer and then become the deputy captain, and then through onto the captain. The next cadetship we run is the engineer cadetship. So the engine, they run the maintenance of the ships and the engines and the engine room spaces. And so you can see, for example, on the picture where you might be, they often walk around with things to block the sound in their ears because the engines are so big and so loud. One engine is about the size of a 2-story house, and most of our ships have 4, if not more, engines on board. So you can imagine that's quite a large responsibility. There you can also see the route that you could to become a chief engineer. So a chief engineer is also part of the senior management team on board, reporting directly into the captain. Yeah. And then finally, we have the electrotechnical officer. And they are responsible for running the maintenance of the ship and the electrotechnical equipment, anything relating to the generating plant, maybe even the lights on board, the entertainment systems. Our cruises all have big theatres on board, so if one of the systems break, the electrotechnical team will be involved in fixing that. And you can also see there the route that you could to become a staff electrotechnical officer, which is also part of the senior management team, reporting directly into the captain. So if this is something that interests you, we do have 2 intakes every year. So we have one that takes place in January and one that takes place in September. So if you are interested in joining us for next September, so September 2021, applications are already open online, and you can go through the our careers page, which you can see there, www.carnivalukcareers.co.uk, and then you would have to click on current vacancies and go on the ship-based vacancies. And there you can see the application process for all 3 cadetships. So part of the recruitment process you can see there. So you apply online, and then you would go, I would then assess your application, and then I will send you stage 1 psychometric testing and also the video interview. And the video interview is essentially you answering 2 or 3 questions about why you're interested in working with us. Everyone who works on the deck and tech and electrotechnical officers, they all have to do psychometric testing, regardless of rank. So you could be the captain and you still have to go through a similar psychometric testing. Then if you are successful at the video and psychometric testing stage, we would then bring you into Carnival House in Southampton and do an assessment day with you, which is always great fun. You would do another psychometric test, you would have an interview, and you could be interviewed by, for example, the captain, which is so much fun. And you would also then do group exercises, prepare beforehand and bring with you. Once you have been offered the job, we would then support you in the introduction to the business. We would help you get your place and your rooms, for example, in the colleges and that kind of thing. So the benefits of working with us is that you are sponsored to be on this programme, and you will get the qualifications at the end of it should you want to work in the Merchant Navy. All college courses fees are paid, so we would do that for you. And we would also pay you monthly, which currently your annual salary is about just under £11,000. We would also give you your uniform for both the college and for working on board. We would give you travel expenses to and from your college once a term. And when you join our ship, we would also obviously pay for accommodation. We'd give you a room to stay in, we'd give you food, but we would also give you, I mentioned, your uniform and flights to and from the ship. So for example, when we return to sea, if you are joining the ship in Australia, we would fly you to Australia, put you up in a hotel overnight should you need, so that you can join the ship the next day. And also then that's reversed coming home. One of the major benefits that everyone loves is you get to travel the world and make friends for life. How lovely. Right, and I'm just going to play a video and hopefully you'll hear the sound. Oh. Okay, bear with me one moment. I'm just going to get the video for you.
While we're waiting to get that video up, Hannah, we've got a couple of questions here. So one of the questions was, how much time do you spend at sea?
Sorry, I missed that. Can you repeat that again, please?
Yeah, of course. One of the questions we've got from the audience is, how much time do you spend at sea when you're aboard ship?
Yeah,
How long
so
is each ship?
yeah, so it depends on the pathway. If you are a deck cadet, over a 12-month or over your whole cadetship, you would have to do 12 months at sea. So each would be about 6 months. And then as an ETO or electrotechnical and an engineer, you would have to do 8 months at sea.
Thank you. And then the other question was, you had a chance to do a HND straight from after doing your GCSEs. How long does that HND take to do?
It's about 3 years as well. It's between 2 and 3 years.
Okay, thank you.
On the college. I have the video available if now is an appropriate time.
That would be great, thank you, yes.
Bear with me once more. Okay, bear with me. I just need to make an adjustment on the sound. Sorry, everyone. We will get there, I promise. Let me just pause my screen. Okay, technology never works when you want it.
No matter where you are
Is the sound available?
on the ladder, whether you're a cadet, you know, doing mooring stations and taking charge of that under supervision, or whether you're the captain doing a difficult manoeuvre, there's always a challenge there, and it's never, no 2 days are ever the same.
Obviously doing your cadetship, knowing that you're with a company that's going to take you on and you'll go right into position is obviously gives you that peace of mind. And when you start off, you do have the opportunity to progress, to work your way up.
Quite a lot of my ancestors, I suppose, were naval. The other thing is, quite luckily, my cousin is a second officer on board Britannia at the moment, so I kind of had a family insider telling me how good it was and what he's been doing ashore, and so that kind of inspired me to pursue a life at sea.
For school leavers, I mean, if you're in the same position I was in, where you could go to university but it's not really your cup of tea, or you don't fancy being 30 grand in debt and after 3 years not have a job, then this sort of idea is perfect. You see a lot of the world, you meet a lot of different people, you get a lot of different experiences. You know, you get a job, a well-paid job at the end of it, a good skill set, so it's something I would definitely recommend.
Brilliant. Does anyone else have any questions for me?
No, no more questions.
Perfect. Well, thank you everyone for coming and watching today's presentation. And if you have any questions, please feel free to email us. You can find the email address through our website, or it's cadet.recruitment@carnivaluk.com. And I will be on the other end of the email to respond. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Hannah. I've learned loads this afternoon. Thank you. And good luck to anybody who's now interested in a cadetship. Thank you, everybody.
Yes, wonderful. Thank you, everyone. Bye now.
Good afternoon, everybody. We're now going to hear from Kira Brown from Clarksons, who's going to tell us about what integrated shipping and offshore services are, because I'm not quite sure I know what it is. So over to you, Kieran, to tell us all about your business and how you got into it and what you love about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the introduction. So, hi everyone. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. We're really excited to connect with you and spend the next 20 minutes or so sharing with you some information about what we do here at Clarksons, why it's so unique and fun to work here, what makes it a great place, and what makes us an employer of choice. So I'm Kieran Brown and I'm the Talent Acquisition Manager here at Clarksons. I'm part of our HR team, and in the main, my role focuses on attracting and hiring the best people for our business. I myself joined the company in January this year, and actually this is my first role within the maritime industry. Previously, it was more centered around fintech and financial services. And I'm really pleased to say that it's been an incredible 10 months. I've learned so much and continue to learn a lot more. And what struck me as somebody new into the industry is just the scale of it and how diverse it is. So I'm really excited to give you a bit of a flavour of what you could expect with Clarksons. Hopefully I'm being joined, I'm just looking to see if my colleague's online. His name is Malcolm Willingale, and Malcolm is our Learning and Development Manager. He also sits with myself in the HR team and is responsible for providing learning and development to our employees to ensure that they have the tools and the skills to be able to continue being the best at what they do. So Malcolm, I'm not sure if you're on at the moment. I might have to go ahead and start, so I will happily do that. Hopefully you're looking at the slides in front of you, and I will talk you through those, and there'll be an opportunity for you to ask questions at the end through the chat. So Clarksons, essentially, we are a market leader in what we do. We're an intelligence business. We add value to our clients to help them make more intelligent decisions, commercial decisions around their business. We provide an array of services I'll go through in a moment. We are a global organisation. We are part of the FTSE 250. We have a presence in 23 countries, 53 offices, and we employ 1,600 employees altogether. In our London office, which is where we're headquartered from, we have approximately just over 600 people. And we have a very rich heritage of around 168 years of being established. So we've really grown and continue to evolve and be a market leader. So, hi Malcolm, we're just live at the moment. Thank you. I've just started the slides. We're on the slide number 3 talking about
I can see it.
Would you like to continue? I'll hand
Yeah,
over to
sure.
Malcolm.
I don't know how much you've covered so far, but sorry I'm late, but I had problems connecting, which is the world we live in. Hopefully Kieran's already explained a little bit about, at a high level, who we are, what we do, and I see now you're on this sort of our services page. So I'll talk a little bit about the organisation.
Yes, please. Thank you very
Great.
much.
Okay, well, we have 4 divisions, broking, financial support, and research. Broking is by far our largest offering. And when I talk about broking, I'm talking about ship broking. That's the matching of cargo, which is controlled by charterers, and the ships, which are controlled by ship owners. So essentially what Clarksons brokers do in different offices across the world is match the two together. Now, you may think that deals are done direct, but when you fix a ship, 9 times out of 10, you have an intermediary, a broker, who basically organizes the fixture. Now, we fix ships across all different sectors, which is essentially the wet market, which is the oil trades, the products, the crude oil, the gas trades, chemicals, tankers. right the way through to the dry cargo side, which is essentially broken down into the dry bulk market and also the container ship market. So essentially what our brokers do, and they specialize in different sectors and different ship types, is they make sure that if there's a charterer who wants to move some cargo, say from Brazil to China, some iron ore cargo, some coal from Indonesia to Northern Europe, then they find the right ship at the right time of the right size. So essentially what our brokers do is they fix ships, and for that we get paid a commission, which is a percentage, 1.25% of the total value of the consignment. So that's essentially our core offering. If you go over to financial, well, financial is a similar thing, and the first thing I'll say is we're not a bank. Clarksons Plateau doesn't have a fund of money which we invest in projects. We don't own ships, we don't own assets. What we do is we find money for clients, be they ship owners, charterers, other interests, who are looking to fund future projects. So, for example, if a client is looking to source some money to expand their fleet, renew their fleet, acquire another company, then they'll come to Clarksons and we arrange the capital to fund that project. Now, capital is essentially, it's either debt, so if you borrow money to buy a car, for example, or a house, we'll put in the debt in place, and it will also sort equity, which is basically investors' money. So we are an arranger, another word for being a broker, a finance broker. And some of the projects that we fund are several $100 million. So financial services very much complements our broking services. For example, as I've said, ship owners looking to buy new ships, place an order in a shipyard, or actually buy second-hand ships. The third part of our business is our support services. And Clarksons Port Services essentially work at the land, the port-sea interface. So essentially, before a ship comes into port, there are 1,001 things to do. Book the berth, notify the port, make sure the stevedores, the cargo handling equipment is available. If we're going to change a crew, make sure that all the transportation is available. If they're going to supply the ship with food, beverages, spare parts, if they're going to service the ship, then essentially what Clarksons Port Services is organise all that activity. Now, we're very much focused in 2 geographies. In the UK, we have something, I think, Kieran, like 10 offices in the UK. Familiar names like London, Tilbury, Southampton, Liverpool. But we also have a presence in smaller ports like Ipswich. My next door neighbour is a farm. So we have a silo there, and we have the ability to load grain, which is heading to other parts of Europe or deep sea. We also have a presence in places like Great Yarmouth on the east coast of England. Why Great Yarmouth is because the offshore market, we're building a lot of wind farms in the North Sea. Those wind farms need vessels to actually install the equipment, and they also need vessels to maintain the equipment once they're installed. And Clarksons Port Services have people on the ground in places like Yarmouth and Aberdeen, which are servicing those facilities. So support is the third leg. The fourth leg is research. And this is very much at the center of the whole Clarksons operation, because decisions are made by our clients based on the best available information. So, for example, an investor that wants to build a fleet of ships or charter a fleet of ships or charter in a fleet of ships, looking for the best, latest valuable information to hand so that the decision is de-risked as far as possible. We have about 120 people worldwide, a lot of them in London, in our London HQ, which Kieran's no doubt already referred to. But we also have a number of guys in Singapore and Shanghai, which reflects the sort of growing importance of that market in the global economy. So essentially, the research guys are capturing information, they're analysing information, and they're advising our own brokers, our own people in financial services or in support, but also external clients. So basically, they're the experts when it comes to capturing market information and making that information available in a digestible form. So if you want to know the number of ports in the world, if you want to know the number of ships, where they're deployed, if you want to know where the latest offshore wind farm project is, then these are the guys to talk to. And it may be if you have an interest in data analysis and research, then that is a part of the group you'll be naturally interested in. Kieran, can you flip to the next slide, please? Great. We've now described a bit about the company, and hopefully that will stimulate some questions. Let me talk now very briefly about two drivers of the Clarksons business. Essentially, you would have heard, no doubt, that shipping is turning green. It's becoming more environmentally aware and more environmentally responsible. And there's two main aspects to that movement towards a sort of a greener society in shipping. And Clarksons is instrumental in helping our clients fulfill their strategies in that direction. Firstly, the global energy market is moving from fossil fuels to more cleaner fuels like LNG, which is a gas, or renewable energy such as solar and wind farm, which I briefly referred to. What Clarksons does is it talks to our clients about how they're moving more gas cargoes now, building ships, maybe in Korea or China, ships of $250 million plus, which are able to carry liquefied natural gas at temperatures of minus 162. So these are very, very sophisticated ships, and our brokers help our clients find the ships to carry the cargoes which move from places like Qatar, Russia, Australia, to places like China and Europe and America. So that's the first strand. The other strand is that we are, as an industry, 70,000 ships are now changing from moving from dirty fuels, which are heavy fuel oils, which create a lot of emissions, a lot of carbon, a lot of sulfur, harmful, noxious substances, to cleaner fuels. And Clarksons at the forefront of looking at those fuels, looking at the ships of the future, the technology which our clients need in order to meet the new regulations that are coming in. You've probably heard, or you may have heard, that our industry is looking to cut its carbon output by about 50% by 2050. 2050 is a long time in the future, but trust me, this is a huge challenge, and Clarksons are playing a fundamental role in helping our clients meet those new regulations. Okay, we can come back to that later. Embracing technology. Well, I mentioned decarbonisation. The other driver of our business is digitization. Clarksons for many years now has invested quite heavily in new decision-making IT tools. So a broker who's talking to a client who's a charterer and a client that is a ship owner is able now to use technology to make sure we find the right ships, the right cargo at the right time. So there's a lot of information. The market changes very quickly. So a deal that looks good an hour ago may look very differently today because the market's very dynamic. So our brokers, our support staff use these tools to capture the best information and advise our clients to make the best decisions. So if you're looking for 5 bulk carriers to take grain from the Ukraine to Northern Europe, we select the best ships available. So there may be 50 ships which are available. We then drill down and look at which are the best ships to carry that cargo and vice versa. So essentially, IT is very, very important to a normal business. I say normal because we're not in normal times. Due to COVID, the need to homework, back in March, there was a lot of a very quick transition from office working, the need to social distance, people locked down. Because of the strength of our previous investment in our IT platform, we were then very well equipped to make a smooth transition from in the office to virtual working. So today, many of our staff, including in the UK, Kira and I normally sit in London. We do go into the office, but we can now work equally effective from home. So if we move on briefly, we're big on CSR, corporate social responsibility. One thing that struck me when I first joined Clarksons about 5 years ago was this enthusiasm and passion to dedicate time and money to special causes. So for many years now, people have been taking part in gym competitions, not something I'm particularly interested in, but home cooking, different sponsorship events to, recognition that we're here to help and serve others. So if you have an interest in CSR, charitable works, Clarksons is certainly, there's a lot of opportunity there. COVID has accelerated that process. So we've raised a lot of money in recent months because it's kind of accentuated the desire by people to reach out and help others. So very, very strong point here is not just about a working environment, it's about helping others. And finally, before I hand back to Kieran, and apologies for being a little bit late, the business, we've got great technology, great data, great offices, but essentially it's a people business. We're a service company. We don't have ships, we don't own ships, we don't own cargo, but we have a very dedicated, loyal workforce. And we have a lot of different job opportunities. So on that note, I think I'll hand back to you, Kieran, to tell us about what sort of roles we're looking for and the whole recruitment piece. Okay.
Thank you, Malcolm. Thank you. So you've heard then a bit about us at Clarksons, a bit about the types of things that we do and how we serve and support our
I think we're having a few technical issues there. I don't know, Malcolm, if you can come back in, because I think Kira's Wi-Fi might be failing her.
Yeah, I'm happy to come back in if you can hear me. Can you hear me still?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear. I think Kieran's Wi-Fi is pixelated and it's getting, so if I can't hear it properly, I suspect nobody else can. Malcolm, are you able to take over? Kieran, can you mute yourself and Malcolm take over?
Barely hear. I'll jump in here and rejoin us. Essentially, the point he's making is because of the diversity of the group, I have to explain the evidence. We're looking for people who think brokers essentially are sales. We're looking for people who can analyze data, capturing and manipulating a lot of data. We're looking for people who are ready.
Kieran, can you mute yourself and take over? Bear with us, we're having a few technical problems. We're going to go to a maritime film and we get it sorted. Bear with me.
causing it to be, to have some teething problems. So thank you for your patience. Siobhan, am I okay to just, spend literally a minute or two before we move into questions and answers? Can I continue or? Yeah, okay, brilliant.
Yes, if you can continue, and then we'll stream it in a minute. Yeah, because the lag.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you so much. Thank you. And thank you everyone again for your patience. So I'm not sure how much you heard from what I was saying before, but just to recap, the industry, the maritime industry is extremely exciting to be part of. It is huge and it touches, almost everything we do in our daily lives. Clarksons is a market leader. We hold that position very proudly. And as Malcolm rightly said, we are very much a relationship-driven business, and that's a real testament. Our success is a testament to the people that we have here, the amazing work that they do and the shared vision that we have to continue to strive to deliver excellence to our clients and be the best. We are ambitious, we're fun, we're fast paced, and it's a really fun, it's a really rewarding place to work. There's so many different opportunities here at Clarksons that you can pursue a career in. So, you know, you could be a broker if you think that, you know, you're good with people, you're good at negotiating, you're good at building those relationships, and that comes naturally to you. You have to be a problem solver. You could look into that sort of career within Clarksons. You could look into being an analyst in our research part of the business, looking at all the intelligence that helps drive those really important decisions. You could be working on our important agency part of the business, or in our technology part of the business, where which is very much growing. And only in the last couple of years, we set up a company called Maritime, which has brought to market the world's first digital end-to-end shipping platform. So we're literally revolutionising the industry and really shaping what the future of the industry looks like and the way that the individuals work in the industry. So there's lots and lots of opportunities, not least in our central and admin teams like HR, finance and legal. There's lots of avenues. And, you know, we have a diverse workforce. So there is going to be something that suits different attributes that you might have, different interests that you might have. At the moment, we have a number of roles, and in the last, well, just in this year alone, we've hired around 274 people in various different positions around the world. I'd really love to connect with you if you'd like to learn a bit more about Clarksons. You have hopefully my details and the links that we provided on our employer profiles. So if you have any further questions or any other information that you'd like to connect with us on, we'd be really happy to explore that further and to give you a bit more of a deeper insight into what we're all about. Siobhan, I'm very happy to pause and ask if there are any questions from anyone.
There are just a couple. You said there you've got quite a diverse workforce. What level do people come into your business? Do they have to do degrees first, or are they from school?
Sorry, just repeat the last part of that question, Siobhan.
Do people come into your workforce straight from school, or do they have to go and get degrees first of all?
No, we're very, very open. For us, it's very much about the right people coming into the business. Again, we're very focused on having a diverse workforce, and lots of people. That means that people bring different things, which collectively add value to our success. So the answer is yes, we have school leavers who join, who most typically end up going into the route of becoming a trainee broker. We have graduates also, and they trainee broker or trainee type roles, particularly within our Clarksons Port Services part of the business. So things like ships agents, if you like to be based in ports and not in an office environment, that could be an avenue for you. But we do also employ people at the early career level who have just graduated as well. So, you know, we're kind of parts of the spectrum, from school sort of leaver age right through to people with very, you know, a lot of experience behind them.
Excellent, thank you. There are a very wide range of jobs available at your organisation then.
There really is. And as I said, you know, for me, that's one of the biggest eye-openers, is just how big the industry is. And Clarksons are very well positioned to support our clients in various different ways. We are almost, if you like, a one-stop shop for our clients to service them in all those different aspects that we talked about. So, you know, we hold that position very proudly. To give you an idea, that, you know, there's nobody else that does what we do collectively. And even then, the next kind of sort of companies probably it would sort of make up half of what we do. So it gives you a kind of idea of the scale and scope of what we do. And at the heart of it, you know, you're very visible here. You have an opportunity to make a difference. And I think that's what really compelled me to want to join, because there's a lot of people who are very, very, you know, invested, who really enjoy what they do, who enjoy the industry and have been there for many years, actually. Lots of opportunities to move around in the business, so lots of growth. People have had exposure to lots of different types of roles. So for me, that's been really insightful, really interesting, and really proud to be part of.
Thank you. One final question, a very quick one, if I may.
Yes.
We've had one of our listeners has asked that they have a profile on your talent pool, and they're wondering if you are open for summer placements in brokering.
Yes, it's a good question. So, you know, at the moment, our website, careers site, does give all the roles that we're recruiting for currently, and that does get updated in real time. We historically did run lots of different work experience and program type, broking programs. We took the decision to suspend that type of activity for this year, given the current extraordinary climate. We are yet to decide on plans for next year. So if anyone does have an interest, they're very welcome to connect and let me know so I can register their expression of interest. And when we're in a position to define exactly what we're going to do, what the plan looks like, we can get in touch to let those individuals know. In the meantime, there is also an opportunity on that site, on our website, to create a profile and create a job alert, if you like, so that when we are posting particular types of roles that might be of interest to you, you will be notified to let you know when those are available.
Lovely, thank you. That was great, thank you. I've just been told we better stop it there now. So thank you very much indeed.
No problem.
Well done for bearing with us with the technical challenges. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you, everyone. It's been a pleasure. Thank you, Siobhan.
Ciao, ciao. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Right, well, good afternoon. I'm not too sure, Siobhan, quite how this is working, but I presume people are looking at the stream. Maybe if I sort of talk a little bit about the... Are you there?
Yes, I was about to join somebody. Zoom kicked me out, I'm afraid, so I temporarily lost sight of you all. So yes, okay. Welcome everybody. I'm going to introduce Eazi Security, who are going to tell us all about the security and cyber security, I presume, as well as physical security. And we've got David, Richard, Matt, and Aaron. So welcome everybody.
Yeah, thank you, Siobhan. We haven't got Richard, I'm afraid, because he's on a job, on an assignment, so he can't join us today. But I think myself, Matt, and Aaron will probably be enough. 3's enough, I think, to be honest with you. Shall I just say a bit about Eazi Security, and then maybe Matt and Aaron can explain a little bit about what they do. Eazi Security is a cybersecurity consultancy. We provide cybersecurity solutions to a number of different industry areas, but particularly the maritime sector. I'm not too sure people on the call, on the link, know too much about the International Maritime Organization, the IMO, but the IMO is bringing out new legislation to look at cybersecurity, which is coming into place as of January 2021. The actual legislation is MSC 42898. It's been passed by all the member states. And basically what it is saying is that all ship owners, ship management companies, yacht owners, yacht management companies, port authorities, and a certain degree of their supply chain are going to have to look at their cybersecurity systems and will be audited on their cybersecurity systems to make sure that they've got something in place to prevent hacks, malicious emails, malicious websites, etc., etc. So to make sure that they've got enough protection in place. So with the ship owners and ship management companies and super yachts, we're talking about auditors coming on board and looking at their technical infrastructure to make sure that people can't hack those systems. Now, those systems are both IT, information technology systems, and OT, operational technology systems, such as the steering gear, engine room, areas like that. Matt is on the call, is a cybersecurity professional. I'll let him talk a little bit about himself as well. Aaron is the technical director at Eazi Security. And what we're doing is working with a whole, sorry, the pun, raft of organizations to look at their cybersecurity plans, their cybersecurity policies, and to make sure that they are ready for the new legislation that's coming into place next year. So organizations outside of maritime, but maritime is an area where we've got some specific expertise, and things are beginning to hot up. We're doing some training with flag states, government organizations, owners, managers, and many others at the moment. So it's a busy time. So maybe I'll just pass you over to Matt just quickly, just to let you know what Matt does, because he's a proper techie as opposed to me, who I'm a pretend techie.
Good afternoon and welcome everyone. So my job at Eazi Security is the cyber security practice lead. I have to understand the whole cyber security landscape, and so that basically means that anything that is connected, whether that is a mobile device like a phone or a tablet, a laptop, or it could be a server, it could be an email appliance, or anything else that's connected to the internet, either directly or indirectly, needs to be secured. And so it's my job to understand what those threats are, how those threats can be mitigated against, and put technologies and strategies in place to defend those attack vectors from malicious bad actors who are out there. And those malicious bad actors could be any number of people. It could be a rogue country carrying out industrial espionage. It could be cyber organized crime, which are now big on cyber crime. It could be hacktivists that are looking to disrupt a particular organisation. So, and the list goes on. But those are some of the main kind of groups of people that are involved in carrying out cybercrime. I work with clients, as David has already pointed out, in the maritime sector, but also other sectors such as manufacturing, travel, retail, finance. And what I really look for is to kind of understand what the customer is trying to protect, so that we can come up with a strategy on how to secure that asset. We look for weaknesses in an environment, look to see how things can be strengthened, and sometimes recommend products, sometimes recommend configuration changes that that enhance an existing setup, and sometimes look at the human side of things, in terms of what processes are in place to conduct security checks, how aware are users, in terms of their role in securing the environment. The user is actually the weakest link in any organization. So if your users aren't cyber aware, then there's a good chance they're going to click on that malicious email that you don't want them to, and expose the organization to a threat. So that hopefully gives you a little bit of an insight into what I do at a high level. I'm happy to answer any questions later. I don't know if we are doing a Q&A, David.
Yeah, I think Siobhan's going to organise that. So thanks, Matt. That's great. That's great. Aaron, anything to add to that?
No, similar to Matt, my role and responsibility is part technical, and also to look at the trends in the market, look at threats within the cybersecurity world, to understand what the current trends are, look at products that potentially are on the market to mitigate against those threats. I also work with large organisations like Cisco, where we run European initiatives and projects to audit large organisations, often global organisations, the likes of Facebook and Orange Business Services, to ensure that their networks are in a state that are protected from an attack should they receive one. So just looking at basics, understanding if their software revisions are updated on their core network infrastructure. So it's a mixture. It crosses over from cybersecurity to networking as well, but it all kind of falls under the cybersecurity strategy a lot of the time for these large organisations. So I'm more consultative, I guess, than what I'm trying to elaborate on, rather than Matt, who's very much more technical. So.
Okay, I hope that makes sense. It makes sense. I also think that this is Maritime UK week, so we would really need to focus on the maritime area. Aaron, sorry, you can't get your video on, I don't think, can you? Or you can? You can't.
No, my video won't go live. I'm actually running off of a Cisco secure laptop, and they ban Zoom, so
no problem. No problem. So. But just to everybody out there, really, with regards to the maritime sector, there's a couple of things that I think we should focus on. One, the shipping industry, which is a colossal industry. We know how big it is. We know that a huge percentage of everything that we have in our house or we eat, is coming and delivered by vessels. Had a great talk yesterday from Mike Sellers from Portsmouth Harbour Authority, which was fabulous, and about 50% of the UK's bananas coming into that particular port, which I thought was an interesting fact. But on the security side, there have been some very high-profile attacks. Maersk, Costco, Toll Group. Some big names have had some cybersecurity breaches. In the news last week, I think it was, Matt, Aaron, with the IMO. Had somebody hacking into their database. They did get it sorted out incredibly quickly and got it resolved. I don't think the shipping industry is seen as an easy target, but one thing I would say, and that we've noticed with the shipping industry, and I don't think they'd mind us saying this, is that a large proportion of it is fairly behind with regards to technology on the vessels. So their shore-based technology and infrastructure may be pretty good, just like any other organization. But if you look at shipping and you look at maritime, maybe I would say compared to the airline industry or the train infrastructure, you're probably looking at the maritime industry, I would say, being somewhere between 5 and 10 years behind with regards to the technology on a vessel. Now, there is some weird and wonderful, beautiful technology on vessels, and we've been on some of them where they've spent a lot of money. But in many cases, historically in particular, the technology on a vessel would be the old technology that the office might not want anymore. And that's put on the vessels, and then the office gets the new technology. So we went to London Gateway Port not so long ago to do an audit on a vessel, and looking at some of the technology on there and the way it was organised, it was, I think we'd all agree, Matt, it was pretty old technology, and from a security perspective, there were some major issues that needed to be addressed pretty quickly, just on the basic side, not going into too much detail, but just on the basic side, there needed to be some upgrades fairly quickly. So we have seen it firsthand. So not all bad news, but definitely something a lot of companies need to do something prior to January 2021. Is that correct, Matt?
Yeah, absolutely, David. I think you're quite right. The shipping industry overall, whilst there are some exceptions, does tend to operate on, should we say, a kind of aging technology base, and that does leave them open to maybe more vulnerabilities in some ways than perhaps some other market verticals. So there are kind of ways that we can help the shipping industry to mitigate those risks. But I think the biggest challenge is kind of cyber awareness, and getting the people higher up within the businesses to fully understand the risks and kind of push from top down that cyber security message, so that members of crew who probably aren't thinking about cyber security first and foremost, they're thinking about getting the vessel from the port that they've left to their destination, have got that baked into their processes, and they have some basic understanding of cybersecurity and where they could potentially be compromised, and what they can do to help protect the ship and the wider business.
And I think Siobhan, we're also obviously focused on what young people can do coming up through careers, what they can focus on. It's probably not something that they specifically think about. Matt's going to know more about this, or Aaron will probably know more about this than I do, but it's worth them bearing in mind that as they go through school and college, when they're looking at engineering or they're looking at technology, a lot of people that we know have got involved in technology and things through music or through gaming, where they've had an interest and they understand technology maybe a lot more than they actually think they do. And there's not a big transition. A few people I know have come from the music industry, where they've used synthesizers and they've used specific mixers. They've just got a really good understanding of technology, and then suddenly they thought, well, I wonder if I can get involved in development, and then they've got involved in cybersecurity, and then they've looked at a career suddenly. And maritime is an industry. All of those maritime companies, the ones that are local to us, whether it's MOD or whether it's people like the Carnivals or the ABPs, all these companies need technical people. Defense in particular, the focus is becoming more around, not just building aircraft carriers and subs. It's a lot of it is around technology. It's around AI. It's around machine learning. It's around robotics. It's around autonomous vehicles on land and on sea. And if people can think about all of those maritime companies that are out there are looking for technology people. And we're also associated with a technology company that gets involved with recruitment. And locally, there are lots of opportunities for people who come up through the ranks and want to get involved in technology. And cybersecurity, it's an interesting area because I think, as Matt said right at the very beginning, a lot of it is about the user experience. If the users don't understand it right from the very beginning, they are open to attack because they just don't know what they should and what they shouldn't do with that email or with that website or with that message they've received. You know, sometimes they just haven't had the necessary training. So a lot of what Eazi Security is doing is not just providing technical solutions, but advice, consultancy, looking at policies, looking at plans, looking at their ISO accreditations, looking at their safety management systems, and integrating a cybersecurity element in there if it's not already there, to make sure that they are covered and that they are protected. So hopefully that makes sense. Matt, Aaron, anything else I've sort of missed out there?
I think you've covered most of the angles. Be interested to see if there's any questions. So.
Yeah, I don't know.
I have one question. So you've shown quite a few different types of job entry, but most of them have all been around technical. How do people get into these technical jobs? Do they need to have degrees? Can they go straight from school? What are the sort of different entry routes to sort of careers like the ones that you have?
I think it varies enormously, Siobhan. I mean, we deal with a lot of companies. I think companies have changed, certainly a lot of the ones that we're dealing with, quite significantly, from demanding degree educated students to looking more what they've done from a practical perspective. So I think I mentioned about, you know, looking at students who've been involved in gaming. I know gaming's a very topical subject at the moment, but if you personally, I'm not involved in gaming. Matt and Aaron, I don't know whether you are or not, but
we wouldn't
not personally, no. But I have got nieces and nephews who game.
I think, but if you look at some of the complexity of some of the games industry, unfortunately, like the gambling industry, betting industry, I mean, it's just colossal. And the technology has advanced incredibly. So you get a lot of very bright gamers who's transitioned from gaming to getting involved in technical solutions and some of the things, Siobhan, that I mentioned earlier. It's not that big a jump. So there are still some clients who are demanding degree level educated students. There are others who are a lot more flexible. A lot of the gaming clients that we deal with, not overly interested. They want to see somebody apply themselves and they want to see whether they can hit the ground running. So a real broad breadth of experience.
Well, that's really good to hear. Thank you. Thank you. We haven't got any more questions. So I think all that remains for me to say is thank you very much. That was really interesting. And I think some of the key messages there around that it's a broad skill set, but it's around having a sort of inquisitive and technical a skill set that is what you are looking for as employers and as an industry.
That's right. And I would probably just, kind of just underscore just how large the cybersecurity skills gap is globally. We're talking in the region of 3 to 4 million skilled personnel globally in terms of skills that need to be filled, and that could be anyone from a cybersecurity developer to an analyst to an architect. And a whole other series of roles in between those, and I think estimates in the UK, place our cybersecurity skills gap at somewhere kind of up to 100,000. So we're talking about big numbers. Automation will help bridge some of those gaps in terms of AI and smarter software, helping to helping less people do more with software, but it's not going to solve all of the challenges. We still need more skilled cyber individuals in the industry. And if I just perhaps just give you one quick anecdote about myself. So my degree was in broadcasting, and I used to work as a researcher in TV and radio. So I come from an arts background, no prior technical experience to moving into IT. So I think hopefully that demonstrates that you can, kind of get, whether this is a brand new, career path that you'll take, taking yourself on a journey to, or whether you're looking to, move, sideways from one career path to another. It definitely can be done as long as you've just got the right, the right attitude. You're willing to learn, and just think a little bit laterally.
Lovely. Well, that is absolutely inspiring. So for all those young people listening out there, there are plenty of jobs. I understand they're all very, very well paid jobs. You've just, and there are, you don't need to have a degree in computer programming to get into the industry. So that's a really good myth buster there. Thank you very much indeed. So on behalf of Maritime UK and Solent, I'd like to thank you, all three of you today, for your really, really interesting and insightful contribution. Thank you.
Okay, no problem, Siobhan. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we've come to the end of our virtual careers fair. I'd like to say a massive thank you to all the employers and exhibitors who provided the information for our visitors today. I'd like to say a really big thank you to the schools and the colleges and the teachers and tutors and careers advisors who made it possible for young people to access the careers fair today and to find out about these amazing and exciting career opportunities. I'd also like to say thank you to the team at Solent LEP for helping us pull this together. We've done this once, we may do it again. If life changes, we'll go back to having face-to-face careers fairs in the future, and I hope that's the case. I hope that you are now leaving us today with a much better understanding of what the maritime sector is and what it could mean for you, and that you're excited about exploring particular jobs in the sector, and that you can see yourself doing that. There is a saying in the careers world, which is you can't be what you can't see. Normally, C would be spelled S-E-E. In this instance, I would like to say you can't be what you can't see, spelled S-E-A. We're delighted that you joined us. Thank you very much for taking the time. Be happy to hear from you again in the future if you want some more information. And please use the other resources that are available on the Maritime UK website in the careers section to find out more about specific jobs and industries. So one last time, my name's Lorna Wagner. I'm the Programme Manager for Careers and Outreach for Maritime UK and Maritime UK Solent. Thank you for being part of our first Virtual Careers Fair.